All you hoes, you and your mammy and your granny too. I'm sick of this shit. All you hoes don't give a damn what you wanna do.
Chaos.
They like the chaos.
They like the chaos. So when you're able to
Chaos.
let that chaos reign with,
Chaos.
let that chaos reign with,
Chaos.
let that chaos reign with.
Must reign.
Next on the list, Chaos Rain. Are you? Let me see if you're there. Are you there, good sir?
So I am here.
Hey, welcome. You've been support. Hey, what's going on, man?
Yes, I mean, well, I do what I can. You know, some sports depends on every channel. So I do what I can, like anybody else on YouTube.
Mhm.
As you know, I'm a content creator, so obviously, my presence, I try to get my own intake. My question, Jeff, have you even heard or read the book by the black woman that wrote this back in 22 years ago, since 2003, A Black Fatigue?
No,
Yeah.
the one I referenced and quoted at the beginning. Let me look up her name real quick. Her name is Mary Frances Winters.
Okay. Yeah, because what I've noticed, I'm not saying most black people hear about books that's written by black authors that wrote about the black struggle,
Mhm.
but I find it very weird that is the other side of a group of people that brought this to our attention. And this is something this woman laid out clearly. And I can't talk about the book because I never read the book. You haven't read the book, but it looks like they have read something and they brought back some to us, to the public now, 20 some years later, talking about the black experience and try to reverse it and try to use it themselves in the picture. That's something that you cannot experience because, one, you're not black, and two, you are so privileged to the point that you're arrogant to the issues black people's plight. So the strange thing about this, right, and it's good that you talk about it, that when we talk about our experience, it's not something to play with. This is something that we still go through today, and we shed light to not only the people that's the majority of the group, but to others that's not aware, especially those that's come here to this country or don't understand how a system like this works, either in your favor or not your favor. You know? And to some people say that we don't have no fatigue and they're frustrated with us. Majority of black people are frustrated with the dominant society. But you see, we had to live life accordingly because we don't really can't do much now, but do what we can do, be productive people in this Western world. That it's against us systematically. I mean, I'll tell you another book that I had brought on as a guest maybe 2-3 years ago called The Black Tax. And it was written by a black man. He's a self-businessman. He's not from America, but he understands the plight better than most people. You get me? The point is that every year I notice they come with new labels to constantly make fun of black folks and to truly point the finger that they're going through something that black people have not been going through since the existence of America.
Sure.
Like what you experience out like is something new, but you put and plot against us for our progression for decades on decades, to the point now we're not sure where we are going to go as black man, black woman in the next 30 years. And I go beyond the 2050, what they said, what was going to happen to us economically. We look beyond that. What's happening to us now that's already setting the template that's we're here now. If they project some kind of black people, it's already happened already. And it's already here. You don't have to wait 30 years. No, it's here already. Because we're not in the age of technology now. And as they weed out more of what they consider undesirables, it's going to play a very challenging for us moving progressively. You read 1984. I heard about this book, and I got to look up if it's still there. But if they wrote books, and we know who wrote these books, people that's the ones that we can't name because they have these little tiny hats. They already lay out the template of how they want the world to function in the next century. That's a script, a well-written script. And I tell people, is it play out today?
Mhm.
Look at Devante. What they wrote back before, I guess, when we were born, around that time, that same decade,
Mhm.
is now fruition today in the 21st century, the first 20 years of the first 21st century. So they know what they're doing, and they play very well, like a chessboard.
Mhm.
And we're
Mhm.
not seeing the playing field of what is head, you know? So
Yeah.
yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think one of the things, everybody has varying opinions to the degree of how much is controlled, orchestrated, manipulated in terms of our reality, the news, what we're seeing, what we're experiencing, what's happening to us.
Mhm.
This is the caveat when it comes to how I view it from a different lens. At the end of the day, you as a individual Black person, Latino person, white person, et cetera, you still have a choice on whether or not you're going to do certain things, right? So,
Correct.
CIA puts certain drugs in our communities, right? There were various different groups that were in the same community, including Black people, and there were some that partook and some that didn't. When guns were being introduced, there were some that used them, some that didn't. And when the opportunities presented itself during COVID to ransack and run through Walmarts and rob and take things, some did it and some didn't. And I think we give too much credit to outside groups for creating the parameters for temptation and not enough focus on our willingness to fall for it. And I think that if we got better at acknowledging, like, the internet's been out for a minute for us, social media is out, everybody's having a conversation, everybody's fully aware, not everybody, but damn near everybody over the age of 21 at this point is fully aware of what many of the traps are,
Yes.
of how you can substantially make life substantially harder for yourself and your family and your community. And we know the game, we learn the game, we watch the movies, we watch the shows, we see documentaries. People have talked about the stuff ad nauseum. And then you still have people that look like us that fall for it anyway. And it's like they can't use the reference point with me of, well, I grew up in the hood. I lived in the projects at various points in my life. I lived in the hood. You can't say, well, you know, it's not a lot of opportunity. I'm working in a very area that apparently there's no opportunity. Right. And I've seen people who are older, substantially older than me, working in the same company, working in the same field that I've surpassed 5 years ago because they got comfortable, they got lax, they didn't push themselves, and I did. So Anton Daniels is a great example of this, where at one point in time, he had to move back home with either her parents or his wife, and now he's a multi-decker millionaire. And there's also the other side of, yes, Black people use drugs at the same rate, and they're checked far more often and arrested for it far more often than white people. Both things can be true. And it's like, well, if you know that, why have it on you? Right? So, yeah, and it's the crazy part. You know you don't live in a predominantly Black space. You know who's the majority. You know you claim that the little hats and the white folks and the white supremacists and this group and that group is out against you. And you know, in essence, what many of the answers are. And most of us are falling for the easy traps anyway. Not most of us, but you get just a huge percentage. Yeah. So I look at it, I look at it from both. I tend to try to look at it from both angles because it allows me to still acknowledge whatever it is that I have control over, whatever it is that I can do, I should do. And I think when we lose sight of that, this is where you get to these commentators and folks that always want to blame it on the system and the man and the white man and the this group and that group, and not nearly enough about what the fuck can you do. Right. So that's kind of where I'm at, where I don't not acknowledge all the things you're talking about because I've read it and seen it and can point clearly that a lot of this stuff is there. It's just that it's not enough to stop me from, well, I'm not going to go to work today because I'm Black and I'm oppressed. Like, I should stop. I still got to do it.
Stop it. Stop it. You know, and for some person that thinks that, say, do you work for yourself? No. Well, you know, I'm not saying what you should do, but don't be lazy.
Mhm.
Especially as man, I mean, you don't have the luxury to do that, you know. So a man say, because I did not work, I'm black. I mean,
Yeah.
we're not really privileged like that.
Mhm.
One thing I want to say, last thing, in regards to yesterday's video, and it was more based focus on women. Do you think that the live stream you did yesterday was your best work by date?
Say it. Ask it again.
No, the video you did, the live stream you did about the truth for the ladies. I'm trying to remember the name of it. Do you think
Oh,
it was
last night?
Yeah, you think the video you did, and it was very long, and I gone back to replay. Do you think that's the best work, or you think there's more to come? Because as from your perspective, I watched it, and I think by far, I'm not sure how much views it got, but
I
that
think it's like
should
6,000-7,000 now. Yeah.
I think that should be the video that should be the great awakening for any woman. If anything else besides what was talked about, the ladies, this right here, this simplifies it and breaks down very exquisite in under 2 hours.
Yeah, you're talking about the single by choice is a lie from last night.
Yes, the live. Yes, this right here. This right here, in my opinion, that's probably the better works. Besides the interview I had with Dr. Curry, I think this right here, anything else, if women don't understand, if any man, you don't have to really talk much. Give him this long video. Let him sit down, listen to it, watch it, conceptualize it, and understand what you're getting at. This breaks down to any other video by far this year. I mean, and remember, Kevin been doing this for years now, and he did good works. But this right, I think it breaks down like a baby, like a child to understand.
Yeah. Hey, bro,
that was purpose. Yeah.
I appreciate that, bro. I got some people that reached out to me. A few people called me about it. My wife, she was watched a lot of my stuff, said by far that was the best episode I've had so far, which is kind of crazy. But because I thought the Charlie Kirk and Obama episodes are probably the best at those points for me. But I can't lie, man, I really enjoyed that episode last night. And we'll see how the episodes like this do, because each topic, you know, some people watch it, some people don't. But I'm gonna be me, and I'm gonna try to keep it as real as I possibly can. And in hindsight, I'm trying to take the same. I'm just not doing a lot of reactions in this particular episode like I did last night, and that's really probably the only.
Last reaction makes more sense because you didn't take any normal clips. You took the clip and you break it down to a clinical perspective overall. So when they watch it, right, we got lab gigs. You hone in saying, "All right, this is it." Not only is this an example, but I'm breaking down to you why and how it affects you today even more. So when you watch all these clips of women complaining and stuff, there's reasons for every action of a reaction. So like I said, I might do reaction because I think I gotta watch a little more times to really home it, because you know most times I go through videos and I'll say one time and that's it. But yesterday's video, it's like, no, you have to watch that like 2-3 times.
I've listened to it. Listen, bro, I've listened to it 3 times driving, and everything. And I can't lie, man. Like I actually realized, like, yo, it was so responsive. So many people were engaged in it, and how it's growing faster than some of my interviews. So we'll see what comes from it. But shout out to you, man, for killing it on your end. I've definitely watched quite a bit of your content for sure. And listen, bro, we gonna do more of this for sure.
Okay. Hey, is that what's name? Bobby Brown's album? First album on the back?
Yes, sir.
The vinyl edition?
Yes, sir. Yeah, I got vinyls, man.
Yeah. You know, he won the best artist of the end of 1989. Before
I didn't know that.
Yeah, that album, because that Perpetuum to Stardom, that album. So people don't understand when Bobby really blew up, that before the 80s ended, back in 88 or 89, that was the album that really took him Perpetuum to start.
Nice. Yeah, man. You know,
so if you get that sign, get that sign. If you can find him and he's still around, have that signature put somewhere nice and safe, because that's rare right now.
I might reach out to him, and you never know. I may get him to pull up one day. You never know, bro.
All right. Thank you again for having me up, Mr. St. James. We'll do this again soon.
All right, man. Appreciate you.
Thank you.
Right.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
I remember Eartha Kitt was broken. Eartha Kitt, his mother, had had a baby by a white man, and she needed to get married, and the black man that she needed to get married to would not accept a mulatto child,
Great.
Yeah.
and so she had
That's
to.
what's up.
She gave the child away to a black family. Okay, so she's all that she was abused in that family. Okay, so she's a broken chick. That's why I call her a tragic mulatto. There's a lot of tragic mulattoes like that don't fit
That
in
I
the
agree
world.
with, sir.
Yeah.
That I can agree with. I mean, she was, I remember read her story and everything. So yeah,
Mm.
yeah, it's right. A lot of
And,
abuse, you said.
and Melissa Morgan the same way. West Indies man that cheated and old fashioned mother from Europe. And
Uh-huh.
you talk about her mother damn near trying to kill her father, and shit. That's what she grew
Yeah,
up seeing.
Melissa Ford. Yeah, she said
Yeah,
that.
Who?
yeah.
Who we
Melissa
talking
Ford.
about?
Melissa
Ford.
Oh
Ford.
yeah,
Yeah,
her father's a Barbadian, mother is Russian and Norwegian descent.
yeah.
Yeah.
And she
Her mother
tried,
died black.
and she tried to kill that guy, okay, a few times because he didn't operate in the same principles that the white woman did, and so that's what she grew up with.
Melissa Ford is definitely a broken vessel.
She's a broken vessel. It's like the very dude that everybody liked that she should have married, and even she said she should have married. She knew she bounced it because she knew she wasn't
Yeah, she saw
worthy.
that ring and she dipped.
Yeah, she did because she knew she wasn't worthy. So she found guys that would abuse her that were at her level.
She said
I think
wifehood
she,
is the
it's something
oldest
she's
form.
used to. Because
Yeah, she quoted another broken vessel, which is slum flower. That's where she
Yeah.
got it from.
Yeah, but wifehood is the most underpaid form of sex work.
Yeah, that's
I
where she
think
got it
that's
from.
the most
Sunflower.
stupidest
There's a
thing.
lot of women that believe
Watch
that, by
out.
the way.
Yeah,
But it's the only women believe that when they have failed in life and they want to be in control. It's the matriarch mindset. Say you must be under me until you meet my means. After that, if not, I will discard you.
Matriarchy does not believe in prostitution at all. Okay, why? Because it devalues wives. Okay, what I'm saying is, if they want to make it transactional, pull all the circuit breakers off, let it go. Let coochie be subjected to the market forces. I've seen
But
that during the crack
me and
era.
you both know they don't actually mean that. They popping shit.
I know they are, but what I'm saying is,
Yeah.
what do you do in a card game? Okay, you let them bluff you.
No.
Call their bluff.
You're right.
Pull it.
Yeah, you're right.
Okay, go ahead. Yeah, every man should pay for his vagina. Okay, and if you don't supply it, guess what? He should have the right to bounce you.
Yeah, it's a slippery slope.
It's a slippery slope. Okay, well, yeah, we need reparations for being married because I'm providing sex work, even though 30% of marriages, maybe even 40% of marriages, are sexless. Okay.
Sexless. Yeah.
Yeah, these women
Uh,
we don't want a society of actual red pill men.
Yeah.
Society doesn't really want a whole society of that.
By the way,
Man, don't let me go to the dark side. Start deconstructing this bullshit about incels. I said the biggest group of incels are not young men. The biggest group of incels are actually married men.
Wow.
Yeah.
Voluntary celibate married.
That
men.
requires a video on its own.
Exactly. That's a title right there.
Yeah.
nah,
Do
that's
it.
a big one, especially.
Somebody said do it.
And you will do it.
Don't make me whip this out. This can of whip ass. Okay.
You're going to do it, BJS. You're going to push it, and we're going to.
I've been gentle, man, because I wanted the manosphere to grow, and if I start doing that kind of,
there
if
should
I,
be no gentleness.
no, if I had started doing that early on in my career, the manosphere would have died. They'd have killed this bad boy.
Yeah. No, that's
Oh,
a
well.
paper. That's a paper.
If it dies, it dies. Men deal with reality all day, but the baby can't.
No, the thing is, but you can't kill the baby in the crib, okay?
Yeah, you got to be strategic.
You gotta be strategic about it. I know what I'm doing, okay? I know what I'm doing.
I would say this: the day you do that, BJS, you will be off the air completely when you do that.
No, what it
That
is,
will mark it.
you know what? The thing is, I don't care whether I'm on the air or not, right? Okay. I'm in the pro-black community. I could have done the same bullshit and made more money just like Dr. Umar did. I could talk the same shit he does, okay? And make way more money. This is nothing, okay? 99%, Callis can tell you, 99% of stuff I do, I'm giving away for free.
Damn sure. Damn straight.
And I've had people in the background say, "Man, get a couple of thousand people that want to hear this shit for $50 a month on Patreon."
Ooh.
Do the numbers. And it's shit that you will not hear any place.
Numbers.
You hear it now. globally, worldwide, what 2, 3, 4, 5 years later after I said it. I told the MGTOWs back then. I said, this is a protest movement, and the shit's gonna go global. Why are you trying to hide and cower because you're afraid that you're gonna get a backlash? Let that shit go. You know. Now the China, half of Asia's doing that shit now.
BGS,
Same
the
principle.
reality is you won't be appreciated till you gone, big dog. That's how it always goes.
Well, I was gone in 2018. Y'all begged me to come back.
Yeah. Oh, wait, YouTube stopped with the Google Hangout? Oh, I didn't
know. No.
When
When they went after my daughter, I was gone. Y'all begged me to come back. That's why I'm back. You and y'all and Dr. Johnson. That's the only reason I came back. I had done my 5 years. I was gone.
We're sick of this shit.
See, we got to have a no zero tolerance policy for shit like that, man.
Well,
as a collective,
as a collective. But guess what, man? That shit still goes on. I know better than going to the underworld, man. But I did because he kept asking me to be part of his group, and guess what? I got disrespected. I said, okay, that's all I needed. Boop. Mm-hmm. And you on that list.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But fortunately, Fortunately, the people like that I don't need, so it doesn't matter if they're with me, they're with me. If they don't, they don't. Huh?
I think we respect what Compassion is saying. I think we have a zero tolerance policy for that. I think the people outside, the people that come in and out, those are the people that are like they don't care.
Yeah.
The people that are influential are gonna find my stuff anyway. They always did. Even when we had less than 200 people following us, okay? They're gonna find your stuff.
You got to remember, BGS, I don't hold it against the chaos agents that long, because what Frazier say, we wasn't enculturated to accept masculine authority.
No, we're not.
You know, it ain't their fault.
And we found that out during the Kamala Harris campaign, because they took the mask off because they thought they could.
You know, they still complaining about that.
Of course they're going. Yeah, because it failed. Of course they're going to complain about it.
The irony is, they would have, if Kamala would have won, they would have still complained that it wasn't 100% of us that voted for her.
Yeah, but things they would have been in charge. It would have been as bad. But they took the mask off. They went all out for her, and it failed. And now they got to deal with the blowback because the men aren't listening to you no more. Because you pulled your card. Okay, they've already pulled your card, and the men, most of the men are saying fuck you.
Let me play this. Talking about fucking. And Trell says, speaking of Becky, play the Snow Bunny, please. Oh boy, this is gonna be a staple on the channel. Here y'all go.
The Black Kings get divorced, and then what happens? They're like, we're moving on. Snow Bunnies are gonna clean you right out. So the Snow Bunnies get on top of things, and they mix, and they have this beautiful baby, and the process continues. So I do find that Black Kings often go to Black Queens first, and then they're like, Snow Bunny time. They'll either divorce them, dump them, and then move on. Swiftly move on. And they'll feel all cleansed, you know? Right. Anyway, on that note, do you like my nails? They're very Christmassy. It's almost Christmas. Divorce season's round the corner, which means Snow Bunnies warm in January. Yes.
When you start mixing cultures like this, you got to be careful because that's the UK European culture. So you got to be careful.
Hey, you know, I realize more now that she was kind of responding to Dr. Umar Johnson with the crisis.
Oh, okay.
But I'm like, he did say crisis, huh? Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
But Z, who is that? That's a TikTok? Is she? That's a real content?
Yeah, that's a TikTok that Black Uru sent me, and yep. What she said is she's saying she's not even gonna fight for black. She's not even gonna fight for black men first round. She said, you know, black women, you got that. I'll wait after the divorce. I got them after the divorce
because we know you're gonna fuck up.
Literally, she said that. Literally, that's what she said.
So the UK black females is fumbling the bag too, just like the American.
Oh, they're worse. They're worse.
Yeah.
They're worse. It's because they're immigrants and they're coming over and they have to adjust on the fly because they come from a patriarchal society when they come in, and then all of a sudden they get all these freedoms and they go nuts and they figure out why it doesn't work.
And BGS, their men, European black men, aren't laced with that black guilt.
No,
she was talking about.
No, they're not. Nope. And the society doesn't push against them dating whatever
How do you,
woman is going to be with them.
how do you think black men, the uninitiated, can address that guilt?
Either you get yourself free out of the matrix or you die with it. One of those two things. I mean, the thing is, you can't. The thing is, the pro-blacks stop arguing with the manosphere about how black women are. They stopped it. After a while, oh, you know what? We give up. You're right. You're right. You're right. And it comes out of their mouths. We're hearing it. Oh, you're right. You're right. You're right. But now they're trying to do what Richard Reeves is doing, right? Appeal to your sensibility, right? To your sensibility of kindness, of giving, right? Okay, we know they're fucked up. We know things aren't right. But the thing is, if you guys give up, guess what's going to do? All this shit's going to fall apart.
That's what old boy on your stream the other day was trying to get at, the young guy that just found you like 3 weeks ago.
Yeah.
He was trying to figure out, okay, I get it. They're traitors. They don't love us. But how do we keep the black ethnic group together? And now he could.
So why are you coming to me? Because I don't believe.
Listen,
yeah.
I don't think black women know. As a guy from New York City who's been in the scene in New York City, black women really don't know how popular black men are with other groups of women around the world. Like when the au pair, so in New York City, a bunch of Swedish, German, and Finnish women come to America to become what's called au pairs, which are high-end
babysitters or nannies.
Yeah, babysitters for wealthy couples. And so it is not uncommon for all these 5'8", beautiful, blonde, blue-eyed women to exclusively go after black men.
No, but Socrates, let me ask you this. My bad. Go ahead.
Finish, Socrates.
Now, go ahead. You ask the question. Go ahead.
I was going to ask you a question. I don't think that black women are unaware.
Whose background is that? Please mute up.
Yeah, somebody's got some music playing in the background.
Got music or something. I think what partly animates black women's contempt of us.
Sound like somebody's in a mall or something.
Yeah,
Oh, that's probably me.
Oh, that might be used to it. But yeah, no, just to finish it up. No, I think what animates some of their contempt is they are aware at different levels of our attractiveness to other women, which bugs the shit out of them, and which actually animates the hater, the hater in black women that we sometimes can't put a finger on.
Pastor, you're not saying it. Let me say it.
Go ahead.
Let me say it, BTS.
There used to be. Oh, my bad.
Let me real quick, Eleanor. You got to. The problem is that non-black society has decided that black men are the beautiful ones in the black community, and that shit drives black women absolutely insane. I said it. There you go.
Mrs. Z is correct. Mrs. Z is correct.
The thing is, and this is what I said about black male collective guilt, right? And I said this about interracial marriage, right? Black men for 200 years were kept in a box, okay? In other words, by other women, by other men, right? You cannot date outside your core group of black women. Otherwise, you're going to face severe consequences, whether it's Latino, Asian, white, whatever, right? Okay? As soon as those barriers were down, black men started having options. Black men are not used to black men having options. They've never been trained for a group of black men, a group of men that have options, okay? They've had their options. We have not. So the thing is, they don't know what to do with it. So what are they going to say? Well, you know what? It's never happened before, and they don't want. What is the first thing they say? They don't want you. They don't love you. They don't want to be with you, okay? Because that's what that's what their mothers have told them. And we're not going to believe it until we actually see it. That's how come they can't stand passport bros. Because it's a video example of other women loving and accepting and desiring and actually begging for your men to come over. They can't handle that.
And I've always said the reason why I support passport bros is not necessarily to have guys go out and trick and even have necessarily long-lasting relationships overseas. But just to have the exposure, because not everyone gets a chance to go to New York City or LA or these cosmopolitan international cities, so they don't get an opportunity to actually meet women from other parts of the world, and they don't realize that other women from parts of the world have a very high opinion of black men. Like it is completely different. It will blow your mind.
Even in big cities like LA, New York, and international cities, right? There's still a box, a social box they put black men under, right?
Correct. You have to get to Manhattan.
Yeah. So when you get outside the country, guess what? There is no box.
when it came to our relationships, there used to be a day where the racism was far trumped the hate. But now the hate grew so much, it blurred the lines, and now people like, whatever.
Yeah, last week I brought up this concept about Foster Simpsons, and it speaks to what saying now. So somebody saying that nobody wants you, and then like it's kind of like at the same time it's like says you.
And they go overseas to be passport cis and find it's the opposite. Nobody wants them.
Correct. And
I have
I
a video
say,
coming
like,
up in 1 minute to explain that.
the funny part about it is, like, if you go to these international cities and you go to the club scene and you make it there, because a lot of black guys want to go to the black clubs. Like in New York City, it was Home and Guest House were the exclusive black clubs with the metal detectors. But if you go into the ones that are more international, where they play techno and house music and blah, 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 you'll see it. The black women are ignored while the black men are surrounded by white girls.
There's good reason that because
wait, everyone, somebody mute up. Here we go. Here, this explains exactly what Socrates just said. Here y'all go.
Men in Germany are treated way differently than black women in Germany. Black men are appreciated in Germany. Black men are put in a cultural sense, in a societal sense, you are seen as interesting, whereas black women are seen as lesser.
An experience,
a novelty in which you can approach voyeuristically, and it's dehumanizing. I was a member at Soho House, and I remember seeing a black man sitting there, and there was all these white women around him glorifying him, gawking at the fact that he was existing. And I think black men need to acknowledge that their lived experience in Germany is disproportional to that of a black woman in Germany.
And what I'd say
Correct.
about
why should we care?
But see, that's what animates a lot of the contempt.
But once again, let's pause right there, because what BGS just asked, why should we care? What, and I want to extend that out and say, okay, we do acknowledge it. Now what? Okay, you said you want us to acknowledge it. Okay, we acknowledge it. Now what? That our treatment is different and disproportionate. Okay, now what?
They want you to have compassion for them. That's what they want.
No, they want us to kiss their ass.
I mean, if when the situation is reversed, they have compassion for us.
Absolutely
not.
No, they absolutely not. The boy. They gone.
No, they don't just want compassion. Y'all got to listen to them. They want you to celebrate them to other people.
Yes.
While those white women gawk around you, you're supposed to talk about how great black women are.
You're supposed to pull her over into VIP when they pull you in VIP. You pull her into VIP.
You're supposed to shun all them white women for her. Yeah.
Yes. That's
Listen, man. All the guys that I know who made it out to Manhattan into that scene, they left black women alone. So nearly everyone on Kai, my boy Kai, he's married to a white woman. Another friend of mine is married to a South Korean woman. Another guy I know is married to a Filipino woman. Once they get a taste of that, it's over. Because because I believe most of them are more attracted to black women. They like black women bodies.
Right.
But the attitude, can't you? Once you get a taste of that. Yeah,
because a black woman's attitude is a pleasure for you to meet her in every reference. You could be a D1 athlete finna go number one, and it's a pleasure to meet her.
Nicki Minaj has a lyric like that in a song that says something like "Hi, nice to meet you." No, hi, you're right. It's nice to meet me, or something like that. It's a joint that she has with Birdman and Wayne, and she said, "Yes, pleasure to meet me." Exactly what Compassion just said. That is the attitude.
That is the Klingon mating ritual that all little boys go through in a black neighborhood. Okay, she's supposed to reject you. That's part of the deal. You have to prove that you can go beyond her rejection and win her over. That's what you want. That's called love.
Yeah, it's like taming a
Go
tiger.
real quick, Compassion, because Betty, you was trying to say something. And Lion, if you trying to come up, try to come up again.
It's called handling her, right?
Say that. Yep.
It's called handling her. Let me see if I can find it, because even though I like Nneka Okafor, she said something that.
So while you're looking for that, let's let Betty go real quick. Go ahead, Betty.
Yeah, it's a big you problem. That's all it really is. Is at the end of the day, it's not with black men. If you're concerned that when you're out and about, these guys of other ethnicities and shit isn't giving you attention, I mean, Like what's the movie? Don't Be a Menace. Message. Maybe it's your image and how the world perceives you. Maybe it's how you move. Maybe it's the things that you value and conversely don't value.
Did you hear that? Did you hear that better? You wait. Here go. Wait. Everybody, clear some space, Elevate. Clear some space. There you go.
Yeah, I got you. Ladies,
go ahead. Go ahead. Name
we have a plane.
Right?
Wait, what you said? What do you say?
That was King Ivory weighing in. Don't be a menace to South Central while drinking juice in the hood. And the best time, I remember one of the funniest ways he did a message was when he was dressed as a baby, spits out the pacifier and screams, "Message!" Y'all don't remember the movie?
No, I remember. That's been years ago. Yeah, we watched it, but that's years ago, man. You know how old that movie is?
20 plus. Yeah,
but 15, 20 years to me, but I still remember. And there's clips still available on YouTube. Check out.
Yeah. You remember. Most of us don't. We forgot about it. Forget about it.
The reason why black men I think that black men are treated this way is in many ways, black men have earned it. Even the black men who do make it to these circles, they're not there for no reason. Chances are they have a style, they have charisma, they can dance, they're friendly, or they have a great personality. They're there for a reason, and they gravitate for them, not just for the color of their skin, but for the way they carry themselves. Black women, even when they are in these places, a lot of them have that same attitude, and it's a put off to everyone. And that's why it's like, I don't know what you expect. Why do you think that you can carry? None of the other women behave this way. The Asians, the Indians, the Middle Eastern, white, none of them behave this way. Black women consistently have a bad attitude.
So why do we feel guilty about leaving them behind?
Oh, I don't feel guilty. I mean,
I'm not saying you left on collectively. Yeah. You know what I'm talking. You know what I'm talking about, Socrates.
Black men are socialized. Black men are socialized to be messianic. Black men are socialized to be messianic and feel like the black community is their burden and is their responsibility.
I think it's slave
the black man's burden.
I think it's what Gigi said was slave morality. I think black men are socialized to actually defer power. That the power of being the one being the one admired makes us feel insecure because we actually have a deep embedded slave morality that we cover up with
and passed on by whom?
Talk about and being desired and whatnot. Let me play this real quick. And 414 says, and thank you for the super chat, clean me right out, Snow Bunny, and he says, admire. So let me play this for him one more again. Here y'all go.
The black kings get divorced, and then what happens? They're like, we're moving on. Snow bunnies are gonna clean me right out. So the snow bunnies get on top of things, and they mix, and they have this beautiful baby, and the process continues. So I do find that black kings often go to black queens first, and then they're like, snow bunny time. They'll either divorce them, dump them, and then move on, swiftly move on. And they'll feel all cleansed, Right. Anyway, on that note, do you like my nails? They're very Christmassy. It's almost Christmas. Divorce season's round the corner, which means snow bunnies warm in January. Yes.
She's calculating with it, y'all.
Average black marriage is 5 years, right?
I see it now. I found it. It's funny. I was reading the comment section of this.
Yeah, and when you get a chance, pull this up. See.
I will.
Go ahead, finish.
Yeah. I look at the comment section, and a few black women were saying things, and one or two black men were against this. And I find it ironic with 9,000 likes on this particular video.
What are black women saying? What was the message?
You want to read it? I'll read it to you. All right,
read a couple.
Read a couple. Yeah, go ahead. Exactly.
Let's read one. And I'm named by the body. Yeah, I know she's being sarcastic. She's basically saying that you're typically leaving your black woman to go to white women and then get clean out your bank accounts. She's excited because the divorce season is coming, blah, 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 blah. And
in other words, she don't want you. She just wants your money. Okay, that's what she's trying to say.
And then one person, I think this is a dude, said, well, in most marriage that end in divorce, 85% of them were women filing for divorce. Men usually don't leave their women. So I think those men go for more submissive women next, whether if another black woman, Spanish, white, Asian, etc., whoever she is, she's much more submissive. And then she responds, that's fine, but she's not being submissive. She's being a gold digger. So what's your point? Because if you're trying to door out at me, I'm perfectly fine. I'm engaged. I have a good day. And then he's going back and forth. There's two more comments, and that ends it. Do you want to hear more?
Okay. Let me let Toya go real quick,
So
and
we
then we're
had
gonna
no
play
con-
this. Oh well, actually, go ahead.
So
Go
we
ahead,
had
Venus,
no
if you want to.
concept of like what would even be interpreted as disrespect or as emasculating. And so, yeah, I don't know. And I think also it helps to deal with a man or to be with a man who is, because again, a lot of men actually aren't open about their own emotions. That's another problem. So you might have a woman with an attitude or a bad attitude, but a guy who doesn't want to tell her, or doesn't know how to tell her, doesn't know how to articulate what it is she's doing that's a problem for him. And so that's, on the side of men need to also work on that. You need to be able to show Black women, like, hey, when you say it like this, that works for me. When you say it like this,
Who got the emotional playing in the background?
Like, don't do
That's
that.
her.
So yeah, so we had no concept of like.
Oh, let me go ahead and
Fitting
stop it.
song. Yeah,
Okay.
fitting song. Fitting song.
In other words, basically, what she's saying is we need a Black man to actually deal with our negative emotions and say it in a certain way to where we actually accept it. We have to learn how to do
Shout
that.
out to emotional labor.
I'm not your daddy. Go get your daddy to
Yeah.
teach you how to interpret math.
And what she's saying, we don't know that it's disrespect or harsh or anything like that. We don't know this. You have to tell us.
And that's your
that it
mama's
don't work.
fault.
Yeah,
Your
it's
mama should have
mama's fault.
kept your daddies around so
Yeah.
you could learn from a masculine model. It's not my
With
job.
that, though, compassionate, but you are her dad, though.
Right.
But you are.
Right. Nah,
But,
yeah,
but you are. When I said Black men and Black women are attached by hip, and look at this. And I want y'all to understand, they want you to still save them while they're punching you in the face as you're dragging them out the water.
Exactly. Yeah, they do. That's Klingon, right?
I'm telling you, they'll be punching you in the face while you're dragging them out the water.
You don't understand that they don't understand why we're not responding to this properly.
Yeah.
Anybody that's dated for a long period of time, right? At some point, if you want to be with your woman, you got to break her. You got to do something
Trill said,
that's
"I'm
going to
the
break her.
pappy."
They had to break her emotionally. They have to break her to where she will break that strong will. Otherwise, you won't be
Yes.
able to be with her. And she'll actually tell you broke me.
Anyway, shout out to Stallions. Anyway, what's going on, Toya?
Excellent conversation.
I see them guns, Toya. I see them guns, baby.
Yeah, that's an ode to the stream I did yesterday. Just so y'all know, I have photographic proof. This is what I used to look like.
Hey, you could have kept them guns, though, baby. I'm just saying.
You and somebody else agreed. Somebody already commented and said you didn't need to get rid of them headlights. But,
no, you could have kept them. Anyway.
Yeah. Anyway. Y'all not ready to step over dead bodies yet?
No, of course not. Of course not. They trying to go and resuscitate them dead bodies.
Yeah, I love
them dry bones. Them dry bones, right? Remember the thing about the dry bones? Yeah.
Yes.
Hip bone connected to the shin bone, all that kind of shit. Yeah, that's what Black men are trying to do.
Calcified.
They get the cape out the dry cleaner.
But that's the only thing. That's all you have to do at this point. You got to get comfortable with stepping over them dead bodies to get to the ones that are worth something. Otherwise, you're just going to be mired in the muck and the mess.
Toya, the beginning of Project Pats, don't save her though, Toya. I love her. I love her, Toya.
But she don't want to be saved.
Right? Exactly.
She don't want to be saved.
Exactly.
Like you just said. You were just saying it, Z. The whole way, y'all redirecting us back to safety. We punching you, kicking and screaming. Not giving you no credit. Yeah.
Toya Z, who actually remixed that Project Pat song and said "Don't Save Me"?
Megan Thee Stallion.
Sexy Red.
Oh, Sexy Red did. Oh, she did say "Don't Save." I didn't know she had a song called that.
Well, Megan Thee Stallion also says she don't want to be
Don't
saved.
save me.
Man, Black
So
man.
Meg Thee Stallion and Sexy Red both got a song pretty much saying "Don't
Yes.
save me."
Listen, black
Wow.
men were born and bred to save black.
Yeah, we were.
It's gonna be hard pressed.
Let me take a step
The
further than
winter
what you're saying,
soldiership
Quebec.
is a motherfucker, man.
My question, just I did post it earlier this thing about new administration and the thing that happened in New Orleans that a friend just told me briefly, and I'm thinking,
he was a black guy from Louisiana, so.
Oh, he's black. Okay,
when I looked it up. He's a black guy from Louisiana. Pence said New Year's tax. Appreciate you. Go ahead.
Well, let's say this man was, if they said alleged what he was before we knew he was black. I wonder how much they gonna cook up to start another war if they, like you said, they don't have the money for this.
Another war. Another war where?
Like, I'm not sure. Like, they try and create something, but they don't. Like you said earlier, there has to be a budget for all this. Right?
Yeah, it has to be a budget. But the thing is, another war where? Because the thing is, you don't have the weapons or the budget. So where you gonna start another war at?
Yeah, that's what came to my mind. That's when me and person was having the conversation. But I'm thinking, I don't know. I just sit back and then see what's gonna happen. But like I said, if there's some money in this, I mean, where are they gonna get it from? It's the biggest question. If they're trying to create something, and where are they gonna start target?
Okay, the Ukraine war was supposed to be budgeted, allocated. It was allocated out of the sanction money what they took from Russia, which was like $300 billion. Okay. Mm-hmm. And that money's gone already. So, and it's going to cost to actually rebuild Ukraine. It's going to cost over $1 trillion in about 15 years. So I don't know, man. So in other words, what war, where, and why? Basically, in Gaza, it doesn't make sense. Is because Syria fell. There's no reason to fight over this stuff. In other words, you want to get rid of the Palestinians, you have the opportunity to actually get rid of them if you want to. So now what are you fighting for? Now you're fighting Yemen over what? What you fighting for? You could settle this, but the thing is, you could start another war, but where are you going to start it and who, and with who, and for what?
Indeed.
Yeah, the only other war that they're talking about is China, but that's way bigger than what most people actually.
We don't want to talk about that. That's some out. They got out their reach, but don't even waste time to go with China because right now, with the innovation, and I haven't really look up what innovate China, but I know they're very innovative right now. And the only issue was the sea, wasn't it? If they're able to conquer the seas, they should be very good to really conquer.
The thing is, they wanted the 7 Island Chain theory was actually put a blockade around China and force them to kneel, so they can get rid of the Belt and Road and stop Chinese expansion economically. That's what it's for. But if Thailand's if Malaysia and Thailand are actually going to join the BRICS, basically the 7 Island Chain is probably a dead issue. But who knows? Who knows?
Okay. All right. I think that's it. I don't think I have anything else. I was gonna do a stream, but I wasn't feeling the mood of it. Yeah. I'm surprised you never tried the vertical stream yet, BJS. They've been pushing for the last.
The vertical stream.
Live streams with StreamYard and like people streaming vertically.
I mean, it's vertical stream's good for people that have smartphones. If you have a lot of people that have smartphones, vertical streams probably do work. But the thing is, I mean, you basically that's a solo thing, and I could do it, but not really.
Okay. Yeah, cause I figured I'd do it on StreamYard, and it's for free, so that's why I was wondering. You know about the feature, but like I say, go ahead.
I mean, a vertical stream is fine, but the thing is, most time you can do that. You don't even need StreamYard for that. You can actually do that from
the phone
from YouTube vertical stream.
Oh, really? Didn't know that? Okay.
Yeah, it's automatic. You punch it in with your smartphone, automatically goes vertical.
Oh, that's cool.
Everyone uses it all the time.
Okay. All right, guys. Take care. Until next time. BJS, what's your thoughts about this question?
I mean, we cryptocurrency is probably the future. Basically, especially with the BRICS, most of the currency is crypto. Okay, really, it is digital currency, but crypto. Biden damn near came one step from turning the dollar into a crypto. It just
really?
one step away. Yeah.
But what really hold them back? to not go through with it? Administration?
No, I think it's people are apprehensive about adopting it. That's why they've done it already.
But you know what? But one thing you did mention, which I'm glad you mentioned this, is people complain about if their own gold or the physical currency like paper or coins. And I say you should still have these available unless the government or any institution gets with it completely. This is the only fair safety net. Because think about BJS. If things really collapse, right? Let's say, what you gonna use to barter?
I mean, if things really collapse, then I mean, you have to go back to the old system. Assuming there's something to buy.
Yeah, something to buy. Yeah. What are you gonna sell? Tissue paper?
Yeah. Well, you can't trade tissue paper amongst other things. It's old-fashioned barter system. If things collapse.
Yeah.
Trump did say about crypto is a scam and how he switched. Now he switched up for crypto because it's inevitable. Okay, Chinese did it. Most of the world's on crypto, or some kind of crypto. I mean, the local merchants still want cash, but the thing is, I think you talk more about cashless society. And under COVID, they tried to get rid of most of the cash during COVID. That's one thing that Austin Fitz did say. And I forget what they call it. Forget what they call the digital dollar offhand, but there was a push to get it in through the Federal Reserve, but people are apprehensive about that. So eventually it will happen, but the thing is, it's a matter of when, not if.
I gave it by 2030 at best. It'll make it more comfortable for people. Because a lot of people are already comfortable without no cash anyway. And a lot of people say, let's go cash, let's go cash. I say, you really want to go there?
They like most people are cashless, but the thing is, they don't like the idea of not having the option. That's the problem.
Okay, yeah, I feel you. I don't like the option at first.
Because I think M1 you're down to like 2%, so you're virtually cashless anyway. But you know, but that's more technical details. But the thing is how people feel about it, not what actually is on the ground. Like China, without your smartphone, you can't buy anything. Okay,
I know. And you know how most people can't function with a phone, especially if you break your phone, you're screwed. You better have a backup phone, right?
Well, China, China, they arrest you if you don't have your phone on you. So
really?
Yes.
Shit.
Yeah, they do. What's up, Al? What's happening? You're not supposed to come out the house without your phone because that's your ID and every other kind of thing. So yeah, they're pretty strict about it. But China can do that. We can't.
Yeah, thank God. Yeah. Thank God.
Anyhow, y'all. If that's all there is, we are out of here.
Yeah. Till next time, maybe tomorrow or Friday for the AMA, guys. Tune in for that, you know.
Well, this is the AMA, so you might not get an AMA on Friday, but we'll see.
Well, you never know, BJS. You might have the spirit within you say, I feel the AMA coming in. The evil twin said, you say, do AMA.
No, we had the knuckleheads up on the AMA, and it is what it is.
Yeah. I tell you one thing about the video with the black woman is like this, black man. Your stance better be reasonable, man. You better put that in her place. And touch get online, say, listen, I'm going to leave you, and that's it. Man, for this dude that's fucking, I'm gonna call him and say, go get him now to get your shit. I'm not even.
Well, basically, with black women, either they get this shit together, or basically black men will take other options because they have options. So not even I'm gonna leave you. Basically, I don't have to deal with you at all. That's the issue that they're facing right now. Anyhow, y'all, let me get out of here.
All right, take care, guys.
Chaos.
They like the chaos.
They like the chaos. So when you're able to
Chaos.
let that chaos reign with
Chaos.
let that chaos reign with
Chaos.
let that chaos reign with
Must reign.
There.
Good
What's
evening.
up, Chaos?
How you doing, man? Long time. I was just sitting back watching, and I think you're gonna have people come up give their opinions on this. The age gap dating, in my opinion, is not gonna end. I think what we see today, there is mate guarding more around our community than anything else, because
Mate guarding. I like that. Okay.
Because think about this, and this I got this from Mr. Amir Brown, a good brother I know. I think with young women and they're dealing with older men and they're seeing the games that old women are playing right now, it makes more sense now that they shouldn't take them seriously because they're competing with them. Instead of, make a life, get out this market as soon as possible and carry on with life. It's not that hard. I mean, if you look at Shine Bryan and who's the other lady? There was one other woman that tried to fight a man on another podcast. You might cover it eventually.
She mentioned her, Tracy Ellis Ross.
Yeah, her and no, there was another video that's gone making his rounds.
Oh, Melissa Ford.
No, this is not a celebrity. This is a regular woman that was on a podcast with one brother, two women, and she said that she likes to deal with dudes that's younger, and she's in her 40s. You get me?
Oh, no, I have to find that.
I'll post in the back chat to let you know who.
Okay,
it is.
okay.
But further, yeah, a lot of young black women are not listening to old black women because they have nothing to offer besides competition with them, and they see the games and they're not playing it. I don't mind age gap dating if it's respectful and they know what they're getting into personally, because people are gonna do what they're gonna do once you hit a certain age. Now, regardless of maturity and the mindset, that's another story. But as you get to legal age in America, because it's breaking down to certain states. And we know we do like the comparison overall is roughly 17 point something, the average as legal age in America out of 50 states. You get me? So overall, young women, after they reach some peak, depending on how they've been raised, they're going to do what they're going to do. The only thing they look for is someone's going to advise them properly, respectfully, and honest on how to move in this environment. They're not getting that. They're getting fluff. They're getting bullshit. And personally, even Shine Bryan, I've been seeing about her lately, and I'm saying, why are you giving advice? You like women.
Well, let me ask you this really quick though.
Yeah.
What is a large age that can become concerning? Like, what's the gap that becomes concerning?
If you're over the age 18, it'd be more respectful. You can get someone.
So at 18, what's an age that is just like alarming?
We should not go beyond 10 years, a whole decade. It usually under 7.
So 28 should be her max.
Yeah, or if you can get like someone that's like 7, that's a sweet spot. But usually a decade is more respectful if we want to be honest. If you can.
Okay.
But if you're older, like let's say if you're 30 and stuff, then you can go push it to like 15, 13 after 30. But usually you're 20.
30, you can do 15.
Yeah, you could do a little more. But I think if you're 20 years old and let's say you want to keep it respectful and you want to build a life with a man, 10 years will be better. Will be better in this environment. You get me? But don't push it. But after 30, you can push it as far as you want to be. You get me? Is that reason?
I like that. Thank you.
So let me put it in the back chat. You can lower me down. I'm gonna find it. Put it back. Okay?
All right, cool. Yeah, give it to me. Thank you.
I want my money.
I told you.
Where is my money?
Betty, bring me everyone.
I need my money. I need my money.
What do you mean everyone?
Chaos Reign, you haven't said anything yet.
Yeah, I want to say something. Very good that you covering this. A lot of people were skeptical and scared to cover this, but you took an amount to really lift it and critique this video. Let's be fair, honest. And I found an article that talks about this thing about divorce. And I know a lot of black men go through data about divorce. Let's be clear here, and we should know this very well. Divorce is only a foreign thing here in America. Outside America, you don't see these same arguments. Hell, you don't see complaints about baby momism. Case point, go check BJ's content, which I probably will go and look at and do content soon on that. When black women explore their options, and they've been doing this now more than 10 years, the only thing they get at the end of their tunnel is become more baby moms, very few wives. It's just like that movie, The House They Creep, which I had a little snippet on that I put on my channel. It was funny though, that when it comes down to it, this Caucasian woman doesn't really give a crap about her. All I know is saying that, listen, no matter what you have with my father, my brothers, whoever, they come back to me. You're a concubine, nothing more, nothing less. And a lot of black women are not comfortable in knowing this or comfortable in their role of where their position is here in America. But they have to accept it nonetheless. They keep pushing the propaganda for black men for as long as it's been still standing with the assistance of the internet. Now, because black men can now step in and push back. And they don't like it. The reason why is because they are mate guarded. You heard mate guarding, Dr. Thunder?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. This is her and her so-called zaddy do constantly in regards keeping out certain competition with other men, especially black men, the highest priority of the mate guard strategy. They only use these tactics towards black men. No other man they'll do this because they have to still be in line with them, so they have the possibility of one or two things: either a long-term marriage, actual marriage with them, or a biracial child. It's one or the other. They'll take either or. That's why they play the games they do with black men today, and they still do it today. What the pink pill does is no exception different from the rule that they've been doing now for decades. The only problem is now is when we look at her content and look at her overall, I say the problem with you, baby, you're in the wrong environment. If you're going to do content or promote anything, you should keep it on that and keep it as is. You should not be going back for people. Matter of fact, I'll do you one better. You should not be even entertaining it. If you're trying to push a message only on your audience, which is black women, you should stick to it. The ones that deal with your message, you help if you can, but ones that you don't have conversations. But she cannot do it because in her mind, like most black people, they want to be the saviors. Anytime I'm trying to save black women, I want them to have the option open to expand their options. Black women have always entertained expanded options. Do not be fooled. It was not a big deal. They will not be concerned what black men do in the environment. They will be the best they can be to a black man of significance. Are they the best they could be to any black man of significance? Dr. Thunder, is my question. Today.
Say that again.
I'm saying, are the black women today a benefit and a significance for black men overall to the best they could be? To be proper mates.
Well, I'd say,
and I'm not talking about your. I mean, we're talking about the whole today. Overall.
Yeah, generally speaking, I say the answer to that is no.
So that's something they could work on, but they refuse to do it because, in their mind, as long as they get a black man's want to blow their back out and give attention, that's all that's they require, and that's all they seek. Matter of fact, you think about that, they talk about more about sex than black men, which I find surprising the last couple of years. The stroking, all this stuff. You might notice this too. Before anything is of what is so important that you need is black male. Besides the money, but really, it's sex or some money. Am I right?
Yeah, that tends to be the
Yeah, I wouldn't disagree with that. And the thing is, see, with the whole thing, and I kind of lost my train of thought, but with the whole thing with them going overseas, it doesn't work out the same, because what you gonna go overseas and get pregnant by a guy that you got to take care of doesn't work the same.
Right.
Being a passport girl doesn't work the same.
Right.
So you can't really do it, and see why they don't really change. And this goes to what Dr. Thunder was saying. Black men are not going to be able to go overseas in significant numbers, or SYSBM in significant numbers. So sisters know on the low, you don't really have anywhere to go. So you got to kind of pick up with our nonsense at the end of the day. Yeah, some of you might get away through the military, through IT, through just going over there a couple of times a year. Okay, cool. But at the end of the day, most of you going to be still here stuck with us. So the attitudes and the cooperation is a struggle. But then what happens? Oh, men don't even approach us. For the men that's here and check out, they're complaining that brothers don't even. So brothers are not leaving. Brothers are not dating white women. Brothers just have checked out and not even approaching.
Right.
And even with all that, they still won't sit down and say, I need to be fit, feminine, and beautiful as possible. Let me go into Kevin Samuels' archives and start from the beginning and listen to all this stuff and build back up. They just refuse to. I need to lose some weight. They just refuse to do it. And they're angry because, again, brothers can go overseas if it's just for pleasure. It doesn't work the same with them going over there for pleasure the way it works for us. And it definitely doesn't work for them the same going over there to get a husband, because they're going to have to take care of them or get pregnant,
right?
Because they're going to be stuck with the baby. So this is where a lot of this constantly, getting on black men and stepping on black men and gatekeeping black men. Because everybody knows, if you go over Germany, I've been to Germany because a partner of mine was in the military. I went to Germany, went to the clubs and all that. White girls, you know how they, if you heard anything about Germany, it's the truth. White girls built like black girls. You know what I'm saying? So, and the whole world knows that black men are the best man on the planet because we've been trained. And see, the crazy part about it is black women trained us to be able to, if you could put up with a black woman, you could put up with any woman. If you can make it in New York, you can make it anywhere, right? If you could put up with a black woman, you could put up every woman after that is nothing to put up with. So when the stuff that we do for black women, that's just like, I can get that anywhere. A white woman like, what? You doing this? You doing that? You willing to do this? You willing to do that? I'll take that. What we get, our bare minimum to a white woman is like, you know what I'm saying? Moon, stars, and quasars. You know what I mean? So black women want to gatekeep all that to make sure that doesn't get out, that the black man really is the best man on the planet, because all what we put him through, all what the white man has put him through, he's the best man on the planet. So they have to gatekeep everything that we do because they don't want the word to get out, you know what I'm saying, how we really roll.
Yep. Thank you, Gregory Scotland, for the $5 super chat, saying the problem is that the black women can hurt the overall image of black by their bad behavior overseas, even the men. Yep. Thank you very much.
Well, it's funny, that video, they talk about this one particular woman that I guess want to be Islam, and she's in Pakistan. I have question on that person. I look at it as clickbait, but overall, when I look at their image alone, and it's what is to expect, because they do this on themselves at the end of the day, personally, So I don't really be bothered or worry about, what they do over there trying to get a non-black man or get one that's younger. It lets you know, saying that this is all mate guard at the end of the day. And brothers are all they're gonna do is just gonna laugh at them, push back. That's all we could do with most content we do on here. Because really truly there has to be a pushback from other men that's, when these women are opening their mouths talking about black men in an ill fashion. Personally. Because let's be fair honest. When they use this data and statistics, it's really geared towards black men. That's it. Anything when you try to point back the figure on them, they're gonna have some excuse or pushback and say it don't exist, it's false. It tells it's not a sincere conversation. Because if you got like that, boo-boo, you've been already over the fence and you will not even look at black men's rearview mirror. You wouldn't focus on black men, but you can't get the end result is because your position and your place here in the West and globally. And that's to serve and be concubines to other groups of men. And the sad thing about that, this reality that they don't want to believe it, is black men going to have to keep throwing it in their face. So they can keep doing all these tactics and hope that some black men are going to renege and they're going to bow down, but it's not working. If you think of the men that got kids now, they got kids either one point when they're ready in life or later down they're older and they decide to have one. That's how it goes. So really truly, marriage today, if people think about it, it's only an issue here in America. Outside America, there's not really much issues about divorce and all that stuff. Women are going to be in line, or they're going to just do two things: raise a kid by themselves, or that's it. Because there's no safety net here in America. There's a safety net. So for most men that still want to explore marriage today, you could do it, but be on your discretion and be cautious. You get me? Because there's a safety net for a lot of these women right now. That's why you think a lot of them that either want to get married when they're ready or not, they use that as another parameter. Is when when things go wrong, you know what they do? They pull the lever and jump out the exit. That's why you look at why divorce is so much initiated by them, because the state allow it. They just allow it. They already did the numbers.
The
state regulate and allow it.
Yeah,
they allow it with their laws. And I had this conversation. Go ahead.
Yeah, the environment is the primary issue. The environment's the primary issue. So whatever you incentivize, you're going to have that behavior overrepresented. Whatever you tend to oppress and restrict, you're going to have a lower representation, of that behavior. That's just how it works. So what we're doing is all of the policy, all of the sort of stuff that used to be taboo and stuff, all of that stuff's been lifted. The policy's gotten soft, and so you're incentivizing, facilitating bad behavior. And so until we fix that issue, you're not going to see any change. Yeah, it's just going to be the same. And a matter of fact, it will tend to get worse without any change. It'll tend to get worse. So yeah. Here, I'm going to play the rest of this video, and then we're going to go around with some final comments, and then we're going to end the show. Here we go.
Because unlike the trends that happen every 5 minutes in these spaces, some things just last. Some things are so good, they can't help but last. And some things are so common sense that when you have regained yours, you'll seek it out. So I do have a group called the Pink Pill Underground. It's been going on for 4 years. And I can tell you, it's been amazing. I've experienced no fallouts, no fights. Why is this important? Because when I was on YouTube and I had any kind of reaction at all when conflict arose, people would often tell me that you indeed are the problem. And when you say that to a person who has imposter syndrome, like I told you earlier in this conversation, you think to yourself, well, maybe it is me. But I've operated the Pink Pill Underground for 4 years now, and we've had zero drama, zero fallouts, nothing but growth. And amazing friendships are made. We meet each other in real life. We go on trips together, and it's absolutely amazing. So the Pink Pill Underground isn't going anywhere. But I will say that the Pink Pill teachings that
I think that this on the sly is a promo of the Pink Pill Underground. Let's keep going.
I used to broadcast here on my YouTube channel are going to kind of go away, because I don't think that in this present time and in this space, the conversation is ready to be had with the next generation. And maybe the conversation needs to be a little bit different. Maybe we need to accommodate the youngsters and understand what unique circumstances they're on, that the old ways don't necessarily always make sense.
Well, you could actually use valid data. You could actually say things that are actually true. You could not kick dust on ninjas just for sport. Yeah, that would be,
Those compromises can be made, but that doesn't mean that you have to go to one extreme to the other and be like a yo-yo and jump on every fad that goes viral on TikTok. I'm not really for that crew. So, like we have been doing for the last 4 years successfully in the Pink Pill Underground, is continue to do what we've been doing. And especially during this time with our new administration, with all of the changes that are happening with AI, DEI, finance, and investments, it's nice to know that I have a group of misfit Black women who think the way I do, are growing the way I do, and then will probably be a lot more prepared than the people who I was arguing on Clubhouse with all day. So if you've been watching my channel for any amount of time and you're feeling nostalgic and you clicked on this video because you wanted to see what I look like now, I hope I passed muster. I'm still doing okay. And if you'd like to still have some sort of personal community with me and like-minded misfits like myself.
Okay, she already promoted her underground business.
Yeah. What she it's just old, and I'm not knocking older sisters because we all gonna get old. She just got some older sisters that is more on the page of where she is. Like I said, them young girls is like, I ain't trying to hear what them old bras talking about. The young girls are not even trying to, you know, get with the white dudes and do right by them for real. They up there messing up the white relationships that they are getting a hold of, you know, making it bad for even the pink pills of the world. So pink pill trying to, galvanize or pick up the pieces of what, you know, where the game is now. You know, because pink pills, I think she, you know, in her nice 50s in age. Yeah. So, you know, she at the other side of the table, you know, so she needs to, so you have a subset of women, as we could see in the pictures and the videos, these are older sisters, 50, 60 years old, and they're still trying to navigate the dating world at that age. That's a total different monster navigating the world at that age. You know what I mean? So, you know, she's trying to, you know, kind of gear it towards, you know, the old sisters now. And I don't know, you know, and maybe try to galvanize something out of that. I was going to say this too, right quick, Dr. Thunder, because I know you about to wrap it up. I was looking in the chat and my brother, Prime VA 757, I'm originally from Norfolk too, but he mentioned Hawaii. And as a kid, I used to live on Schofield Barracks. So I'm aware of what he's talking about the Blasians out there. It's a big Filipino population. It's a big Japanese population, but the Filipinos more integrate with the everyday people. So that whole loving brothers out there because of the military, because you got Schofield, you got Hickam Air Force Base, you got Pearl Harbor, of course, you got Fort Shafter, all that out there, and they love the brothers out there. They love the brothers. And that's United States territory, you know, where you can get a different kind of love, you know, out there with those sisters. So that's a whole another thing too, far as what brothers have done in the military, you know, going to these places and never coming back because of the love that brothers was getting with the local sisters that was there, the local women. You know, my man told me a story when his uncle was in the Navy in the 70s and said dudes was AWOLing when they hit the shores of Brazil in the 70s. Say they was AWOLing from the military. Them sisters were so fine. Can you imagine what they looked like in the 70s? In Brazil? Man, forget about it. So that's another thing. It's just brothers have always been able to do the interracial dating thing, you know what I mean, in a way that the sisters just haven't been able to do it. And I'm not an interracial dating guy. I'm like you said, Dr. Thunder, I'm ADOS. I'm a just, you know, down the hill type of brother. Even though I've traveled overseas and all that, but I want me a ADOS black woman. Nonetheless, though, when it comes to the interracial dating or traveling or whatever, they just can't do it the way we can do it. That's just pretty much it.
Yeah. All right. Good to have you on the panel as usual, man. Really insightful. Good ad today. Thank you very much, and I'll see you next time.
And I want to say, you know, I got my Nearly Fuller Jr. book up. You know, he passed away, you know, recently.
Yeah.
And you know, he Fuller meant a big part of my life, just my understanding of racism and white supremacy in America. Mm-hmm. And I just want to, you know, say that for the brothers and sisters in the chat, you know, Nearly Fuller was a big part of, you know, this movement of Black consciousness. Yep.
Definitely.
All right. Thanks, Dr. Thunder.
All right, now.
All right.
Dr. Thunder.
Yes.
The black women, when they say black men, that there's no good black men, right? Black men bad. Do they say some or all? Majority from your view.
I suppose it depends on who we're talking about, but generally speaking, they say all.
Okay. My closing. Akama Conberry said about why he labels black men and say they're all bad, right? For general context, right? I understand what the brother was going at, because the mindset from some of the sisters, they view all black men today bad, all, and they come to conclusion, regardless they want to express or not. He's telling this to the brothers, because I just now thought of this, and it just hit me why he says all, because it gives the same parameters to the brothers.
What
to
are we talking? What are we talking about right now? We're
No. This is leading to Pink Pill and most of them, their thinking. Because remember, she comes back on here and still throw dirt on black men because she thinks all black men bad. So wait for her audience to take on her course. You get me? I'm rolling it back because she had to keep the perception that there's no good black men. And the brother on the other side, why he does what he does, same thing. And it just hit me just briefly now. As this conversation concludes. But so
okay, so I'm asking what brother on the other side? I'm not
sure. AC.
Okay, well, we're not talking about AC today. We're talking about Pink Pill.
Yeah, but it's leading back why most women like her still exist and keep pushing messages to those that are receptive, because they already conclude that all think that black men are bad, rather they're productive or not. So that's why when she comes back on here to time to time, she has to keep these episodes going because marriage is a marketing tool. You get me? To most women that already have a certain perception of black men. They're hoping what she's doing is that it's going to still bring the young ones or the old ones to still come to her, what they call her flock or her, what they call crowd. So she could still make money and all that stuff. So I understand why Pink Pill still pops up from time to time and try to express what her issues. But at the end of the day, we black men know that these women can't get the results they can't. And that's as simple, you know? So we're not just throwing dirt when they throw dirt. We're just going to be honest. If you had it like that and it was that easy, you would already gotten what you said you deserving. And most non-black men overall, they're not really willing to give sisters what they really want, deserve. They're not giving the whiteness. They're not going to be Miss Ann. And they're going to keep the delusion going that they're hoping that one or two of them, they said there's going to be some white man that out there will take him and give me that possibility of being Miss Ann. But we all know throughout the history, even today, that's not the case. So that's my final thoughts. You know what I'm saying? I mean, she's going to still keep doing what she's doing. But like I said, no one's above criticism. You're not above criticism. I'm not above criticism, Dr. Thunder. We just here laying out the information. All right?
All right. See you later.
Thank you.
All right.
Good. And I appreciate you too. I appreciate you.
No problem, man. We all trying to get it. Let me talk to this gentleman name. He just came in. KS Rain Show. Hey, brother, do you have a cam? Or you
good evening, sir. Can you hear me good?
Good evening. Are you able to get him up, sir?
Oh no. You want me to jump back down? Jump back down.
Nah, you go ahead and stay up there, man. It's good. I'll let it slide today. What's good with it, bro?
Yeah, man. Jimmy Hill. I know you did live streams in a while, man. I noticed you do the uploads more. The uploads get more to the point, but you know it's always nice to when a man could chop it up with the brothers. So once in a while with a live stream, you know. One thing I do want to ask seasoned gentleman, Jeremy, what is it with a woman that's because you were born in the 70s? You're familiar with Melissa Ford, right?
Yes,
she went and did her I guess her confessions of why she decided to go to life alone with being a cat or dog mom, right? Why is it with most women that watches these ladies that have had it all, allegedly, and then decides to just be alone with animals and convincing other young women that it's okay to do what they do? Why is that?
Well, what I would say, you said your question is basically like, why is a woman that's successful?
Background noise. I can't.
Where's that noise coming from? That's a lot of noise I can't hear.
Yeah,
Hello?
you guys have me up. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Now your question is what about Melissa Ford? Why she was successful at one time, never got a man, and then she tell the other women to really just stay alone and don't have a man. Is that what your question is?
No, she's telling her story of the amount of I guess going on the carousel for years, got proposed more than once. Now she at a point in life where she's reflecting and telling other women it's okay. And this message was mostly resonate for not the ones that her age range, but like younger. So my question is, why is it that the old women that have squandered their time to now promote and push like it's a good thing? up and coming women that are in their 20s or even,
Because those type of older women, their options dwindle. See, a woman like her who is supposedly be successful and have everything, but she also has most likely a bad attitude. You can't tell her nothing. The more a woman ages, the more solidified she is in her personality. When a woman is more successful and more independent and get used to being that way, it's harder for a woman to follow a man's lead. So that type of woman will always want to be in charge. She will always have the rules. You got to follow her rules. You're always going to have to be a partner. You cannot have her in a position of where she sees you as the leader. She has to be your partner, which means she has to have equal say in everything that y'all do. When she started telling these younger women this shit too, it's misery loves company, because she knows deep down inside she had a lot of good options when it came to men back then, but she's too busy being a hoe. I know who Melissa Ford is. I know exactly who you're talking about, but it's to misdirect these women. And I really believe it's intentionally. I don't think it's an accident. I think a lot of women are jealous of other women. It's not because they have more or less. Sometimes the things that they have are not tangible items. Like, for example, another woman can have a Benz, the other one can have a Mitsubishi, and she's jealous of the woman with the Benz because she got the Mitsubishi. Sometimes it's an intangible thing, and that intangible thing could be opportunity. The older you get, some of your opportunities dwindle, especially if you're a woman. Just like your biological clock stop ticking and shit, you have lesser opportunity to give birth to a child than a woman that's 20 years old. So a lot of times women are envious, in my humble opinion, they're envious of another woman who has the potentiality of having a better outcome than she did. That's why most of these women have the proclivity to be negative towards a woman. They're going to always tell them something negative. If they're not right inside themselves, if they are not fulfilled in themselves, if a woman is happy and got a man, she's going to tell a woman that she see that's younger how to get a man and how to be happy, and this the way to go. But if you're walking down the path of negativity and you blew all your options and you see a young woman coming up just as fine as she was, because she's not as fine as she is now back in the day, but just as fine as she was back then, she going to tell her every goddamn thing on purpose to bring her down. That's a lot of women who do that. That's my opinion about women like her. That's my opinion, though.
Yeah. And I can't speak much about the Joy Taylor situation, but I've noticed with the ones that are mixed, but just general black women, general, that they do this to sabotage other women. And like Kevin Samuels said, women do keep other women single intentionally. It's always a mating guard with other women, because let's be honest, they said they only a man, right? So if you're a man and you're in a world that's run by a man, why do you need the man's wallet? You should be around a circle of women to supply your needs. And here's case one. I've noticed with a lot of these women now, because you check their IG, most of these women that already have notoriety, they got OnlyFans. Ain't that something? So it tells me you have not learned nothing. Since you're not gonna get or stick by or bond with a man, you just say, screw it. I'm gonna let these simps, thirsty men just pay to see my old body, just to supply my livelihood. And that's some garbage.
That's because those type of women, brother, majority of all the women that you spoke about have a rebellious attitude. They will rebel against structure and leadership, and especially correction. You cannot tell a woman anything nowadays. We have the ability to correct a woman. If a woman cannot be corrected, then she can't be directed at all, because correction ain't nothing but direction. So if a woman is out of pocket and you try to put her in pocket for her own benefit, not because you're an asshole, not because you're a tyrant or something like that, but because you say you want to be with me and I want to be with you, I want to build something with you, but you got these certain behaviors that could destroy what we're trying to build. They don't want to hear that. They want everything. They want to be in control. That's why you have a lot of these masculine acting women. They want to be men. But masculinity is only reserved to men. They can only adopt the characteristic traits of masculinity. They can never truly be masculine, because if they could be masculine, then they wouldn't be in this situation at the end. We operate in our masculinity. We can still build societies. We can get homes built. We do what we're supposed to do as men. We're not trying to act like women. If we try to act like women and shit, we wouldn't be doing right. We wouldn't be doing good with our lives. We got to be what we are born to be. You know what I mean? So that's my humble opinion about that. Because I know somebody getting mad think about LGBTQ. I ain't even talking about that. I'm talking about this side of it. You know what I mean? So
Yeah. All right. Okay. I guess that's my only questions. This is a very good talk. Like I said, this is the necessity. I mean, this is important for conversation anyway, because a lot of things has been revealed, and for most women now that's trying to, I guess, make it out here, there's too many examples out here that what not to do. The last thing you want to take
advice to a woman that it's going to promote you to degeneracy and no leadership and no order. Look at their outcomes. Look at their outcomes. They're at a certain age, they don't have no children. Hell, they're not even married and stay in a marriage. Even when I talk about Joy Taylor, how she was married, surprised guy checked and they said she was married to one man, and then he kicked it off and he just ended it because she can't keep her legs closed. So what do you expect? Especially if she's thinking corporate and say, I need to jump up a ladder. What ladder are you jumping into? Because any of these corporations don't see the value in the long run. That's why you think about the document that one of the Persian lady that revealed, and a lot of people still question it. We are in an era in America of a Me Too era that a lot of women have been now, because what Joy has done has revealed in her that they are using it now to tell a lie on a lot of black men that lost their careers and jobs because they didn't have their way, because they know their time in certain parts of the corporation was limited. So they use it as a retirement plan to say, I'm just going to Me Too and then get money from the corporation, which corporation got the money. Let's keep real. But I see in the long run, that's not going to fly, because now with new people in administration, they have now the excuse now to say, we could look over this now and say, if this should be continuing. Because money, people got to make money. And if you're in here just to use your body and eventually try cash out, no, there is no cash out for slut behavior.
No retirement plan, no dental plan.
No dental plan. And people think that Joy is good in Fox. No, they are looking at the what do they call it? Monthly what do they call it? They look at the monthly earnings and look at everything, and they're going to decide, make a hard decision to say, we're just going to have to cut this out. That's something they're not telling Jeremy or anybody. You think she's working at? Don't think she's gonna be there long. Regardless of how the lawsuit goes as is, they gotta clean up now, because the image is important. Because Fox, especially Fox Sports, men watch sports to know about man stuff. They don't want to come here and watch sports to see some chick, flaunting, which is nothing wrong with it. But let's be honest, when we want to see serious things, we come to watch serious things. There's places and environments for those. So,
I just think what it is, man, about to what you said a while ago, is if these women would just have enough common sense to look at the outcomes of the women that they're listening to, then they may have a better idea about which path to take, because they just listen to the words. They're not really looking at the outcomes of these women who said, you'll be happy like this, you'll glamour up like this, you'll glow up like this and stuff like that. Yeah, they may have some tangible things, the cars, whatever, but they're not seeing relationships. You know what I mean? They're not seeing relationships. Some of these women have bad relationships with friends. They don't even have no damn friends. You know what I mean? So they're not looking at the outcomes or the consequences of their decisions, man. They know how to sell the game to them. Because really, to me, it's all game to me. You know what I mean? This is what you got to do. You don't need no man for this right here. If you want to be happy, do like this. And like the gentleman who was on here earlier, the elders have really, some elders have really failed the younger ones when it comes to that, the older women, in my humble opinion, and shit like that. Yeah. And Mr. Chaos, man,
okay.
I'm about to get off this thing, man.
Okay.
But here's the thing. Thank you for calling in. Now, I think I'm gonna start doing this, man. I still want people to cam up when you come here. But
That's
every
fine.
now and then some of y'all can come in here and don't cam up, you know what I'm saying? Because it brings more impact so people can really see you and relate to what you're saying. But I do greatly appreciate you for showing up on the show, brother.
One thing, like, I'm just one of many. I'll try to keep it respectful and try to keep it as close to the point, because like I said, it is very risky doing this, like how you doing now. I understand it, because nowadays people have ulterior motives, and then the man had to be heard one way or the other. You get me?
Yeah.
But like I said, it's your show, so like I said, anything, I keep listening. Thank you, I appreciate it. Thank y'all for having me up. Appreciate it.
Thank you, man, and come again anytime, brother, man.
Yes, you too. Thank you. Jay Shine now in the building, so I'm ringing up now. Jay Shine, what's good, my brother? How you doing, brother?
What's good, fam? Can you hear me?
Yes, I hear you perfectly well. I hear you good.
What's going on? What's up, Black Monk? Long time.
How's everything going, Jay Shine?
Everything's good, brother. Everything's good, man. Out here in rainy ass Germany.
I was going to ask if you're still over there. It's hot as all get out. It's hotter than Tarzan's armpits in Alabama in August out here, and you all are suffering the cold and the rain. I'm sorry about that.
Where you at?
I'm in Saudi Arabia still, and I'm actually in one of the coastal cities. So we're going to get hit with the humidity in a few days too.
Yeah, they're going through a little nor'easter here, man. It got warm and then it got cold. Yeah, so we're going through that right now. But it's supposed to warm up next week.
Okay, all right. So you can relax then.
Yeah, yeah. And that's why I can't wait to get my motorcycle on the road too, man. But I'm cool right now.
Get us some photographs, please.
All right, no doubt. Now I need to start posting some more stuff on IG, man. I got like maybe 10,000 photos, man, of just videos, real cool shit. Last few years, I don't post none of this stuff, and I'm gonna start doing it.
Can't wait, sir.
Yeah, man. But anyway, what's going on, Chaos? What's going on with you, brother?
Good. I'm good, man. I'm talking about the subject as presented, and I know you listened to somewhat, not all the stream. I wish you did, because Papoose gave his take about what is now the soon-be divorced wife, about how she's constantly putting video after video, trying to, make herself look good and put the accountability on Papoose. And we all know for the last 3 years, she was proven evident throughout, not only media, but just in general, social media, that she already been messing around with another man. And now to come find out from Papoose side of things, he is saying that he not only stayed, but he's like, unfortunately, cuck to Remy, to the point say, you try and work this out. You're trying to the reason why you knock this dude out is because after you shake his hand, now it comes around, he around sleeping your wife, and then you knock him out, and you still stayed in the marriage to the point you try to patch this up, and they're really gonna patch up because she stepped out in a bad way, and she tried to sit there quietly handle it. You can't handle that. You stepped out, and not only you stepped out, this dude got receipts on you, and he did it because he wants to be the next either world star or next Love and Hip Hop celebrity, because his rap thing is whack. His bad rap, and the bad rap in New York, because you used to live in New York.
Yeah, I'm from born and raised.
Yeah, it's either you sink and swim in the battle rap arena, and it seemed to me that you're not that good of a rapper, and you come up lucky with a woman that is a part of the business, and you got in her cheeks, and getting it so close to her, she was so infatuated that she made a so-called side nigga relationship with you, to the point now that she exposed herself by letting this dude film you. You get me? But there's no way how she would sit there and be shocked. No, he's been doing this.
Yeah.
But go ahead. That's the scoop. And Papoose said he tried to go to counseling with her, and the reason why why he's responding, because she's this chick is talking about the kids to the point where it said he a worthless father and all that. And I said, what do you expect? Yeah, Remy's on her own videos saying that how he's not an involved.
Okay, yeah, I heard her say. I thought you said somebody else said that. I was like, dang.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I heard her.
That's what drew him out. You get me?
Yeah. And she was trying to call the children in, which is kind of foul too. Yeah. Let me call. You want me to bring so and so on the live? I'm like, hold up, time out. You don't be doing that. You don't bring the kids into this. The problem with the situation, Chaos, is character. You know what I mean? And I got a homegirl, I'm talking to now. And she thinks I'm crazy because of my standards. My whole thing is, if you're gonna be with me, right? I need time. Time is going to be the best ruler and measuring stick to tell me who you are as a person. Time. The thing about this that everybody's got it misconstrued. Papoose proved his loyalty to her by coming to that jail and sticking by her, stepping in with the family, integrating his family while she was away and all that. He did everything to prove that he was a good husband. She never proved to him that she was going to be a good wife. When she came out, he should have married her. He should have put her now on a rule of time. You know what I mean? He should have put her on time. Like, all right, let me see how you work out for 5, 6, 7 years, and then we can talk about getting married. You know what I mean? He didn't do that. He didn't do that. And that's what a lot of men are fucking up at. We're not looking at character. Let me give you an example. I'm going to come right back to Papoose in a second. There's a guy that saw yesterday on IG, got the whole family out there. He's proposing to the young lady. Now, what I'm looking at is the young lady. She got one of those bodysuits on with the ass cheeks out. And, you know, this is how she's walking around in broad daylight. My question to the brother would be, why are you marrying somebody with that low of character? What kind of woman walks around in broad daylight in front of old people and children with her ass cheeks out? See, we're not even looking at character no more. Everything is built on emotions and what it feels like and what it looks like. So what we have running around right now, I know this shit, I think he's a stand-up dude, but he was running on emotion. He wasn't running on business. We're not looking at marriage and our relationships as businesses. I don't care what the women think. My money is a man thing. As men, we should be categorizing marriage and setting standards for marriage. And we're not doing it. We got men out here marrying swords, marrying women of low character, marrying women who, like, all right, so if your girl, you got a girl, you think is smart because she's a businesswoman. I'm using air quotes right now. She's a businesswoman because she's on OnlyFans. Oh, she's a businesswoman because she does sexy lingerie, this and the sexual. That's how she makes her money. But you're not looking at the character. What kind of woman would go out there and sell sex for a living? Okay, fine. She is a businesswoman. But my question again is, what kind of woman would do that? A woman of low character. If she's willing to do that for her own self, why wouldn't she fuck you over? Why wouldn't she, leave the marriage, prematurely and take the kids and take half your money? Why wouldn't she do that? Why is that now somehow so far above? So we're not even looking at common sense. If she's willing to sell herself and sell sex, right, for a living, why is fucking you over such a leap? We see, you know what I mean? So we have a lot of men out here who are not using common sense. All right? They're not using common sense at all. All right? You got to look at the character. This is a chick that will do anything for money. She was coming up in the streets. She has that built in her. Now, I understand he came from the streets too, and I get all that. But you have to give that time. You got to see how she's going to be when she come out. When she came out of jail, he should say, you know what? I'm going to put you on probation. You know what I mean? We'll play house, whatever the case might be. But I wouldn't have married her until, I've seen that she had that same loyalty for me that I showed to her. Because everybody's looking at it wrong. He showed loyalty to her. She never really showed loyalty to him. And now you see the payback. She's sitting online talking about, he's making money off of her being a manager. Yeah, that's what managers do. So you rather some other person make 20% than him? You know what I mean? He was like helping write the lyrics. And look at the payback. This is a character issue. She's showing a lack of character. She doesn't even appreciate the work you put in. She's looking at the work you put in as like, look at you, lucky to be there. Which is bullshit, because if she hired anybody else, she would have paid that person and that would have been the end of it. You see what I'm saying? That's a lack of character when you don't even appreciate what people do for you, what people have done for you. How the party played with her kids that wasn't his. She didn't value none of that. So this should be a lesson to men in the sense that you have to put these women on probation. I am pro-marriage, but I'm not getting married until I see some reforms. It's not about the women, it's about the laws. It's about the structure. It's about what we're putting ourselves into when we sign them papers, right? My man, Black Minds in Saudi Arabia, they got different laws out there, right? There's certain things that, if the marriage breaks down, there's certain things that will take place over there that won't take place over here. There's certain things that won't take place in America that will take place over here. You understand? It's a different environment. Those men created different laws. And what bugs me out about the Black manosphere and the white manosphere is that there's no real movement in the last 7 years that really changed and reform the laws. If you're pro-family, if you're pro-patriarchy and all that sort of stuff, we have to get these laws changed because these laws incentivize the women to act the fuck out like this girl is doing right now. Everything Remy Ma is doing is in public. This is how bold they are. They haven't even went through divorce yet. These are things that can be shown in the divorce court. You know why she can do it? Because our laws ain't going to punish her for it. She's not going to be I'm sorry, go ahead.
Well, on top of the laws not punishing that, there's a social reward that they get for acting this way. So she gets socially rewarded while there's no legal or financial punishment. And here's the kicker. It was the weekend before last. I was on my way. I caught a Uber to the bus station to go see my wife in her city, which is about an hour and a half down the road, even bus rides. And on the way there, he told me, the driver told me that things were changing even here. And he said to me that even with the laws here being what they are, which is that the woman collects a dowry when she gets married, and then it's hers after that if they consummated the marriage. But what they'll do is they'll collect the dowry, and then they'll keep it, they'll divorce, they'll keep the dowry. And usually they might try to drive the husband away, which isn't too hard for them to do, or they may file, but they'll try to keep that dowry and then use that money to play with other men. Because now, even at this point, they've already been married. So even if they did find another man they wanted to marry, all they got to do is not tell him that in between their last divorce and marrying him that they had boyfriends, because how are you going to know? There's no blood. You see what I mean? So they're doing this stuff now. And this dude was saying they're taking the dowry, they're picking a starter husband and then using that dowry money later, and they may pay some dudes to play with them. And I thought, well, most dudes are not being stopped on the street and harassed. So that means what it means is they're paying the same few guys to do all of this. And they're probably guys that are in the gym. And then he said they'll find somebody, that's coming out of a gym. And I thought, okay, all right. So here's the funny thing. Next day, I came back to my own city and got to the bus station here, caught an Uber ride from there back home. And the driver there did not know the other Uber driver, as far as I know. And the reason I say that is because he told me something similar. And I said, hey, man, do you know somebody with this name? Because it was only a day later. I could remember the name of the Uber driver. And he said, I said, yeah, he works for the military. That's his main job. He's like, no, actually, I don't know him. And I said, well, just yesterday, he told me the same thing. About 27 hours ago, he told me the same thing. So even with the laws here not incentivizing that, they take the one incentive that they might get and they do this stuff. And both men told me that the reason for these broads doing that here, even though it's not as easy and not as profitable, is because of TikTok. They're following these Westernicians on TikTok, and they can understand what they're saying sometimes without a translation. And if they need a translation, they get it. But they're following these Westernicians trying to do the same thing. So I think you're right. The men do need to try to change the laws over there, because even here with the laws being pretty much fair, the women are still willing to try it simply because they're being influenced by women coming from countries where the laws incentivize this. So yeah, men do need to push for these laws to be changed. And we also need to start rebroadcasting and sharing these women talking about how bad it is and how they regret what they're doing, because these chicks over here are seeing the young broads on TikTok talking about get the bag, sis. They're not seeing the 40-year-olds and the 46-year-olds saying, I had to go to the doctor and I don't know who's going to take care of me and I'm falling apart, I'm getting old, and my mom ain't going to be here forever. So we have to start doing that.
Right. I'll tell you what though, I don't mean to be a cold-hearted SOB, but I want that for them. You know what I mean? I want we needed to end like that. Yeah. Because there's a serious repercussions to this whole culture that we're living in right now. What the women, what Western women are doing, and this shit is spreading all over the world, by the way. They're basically saying, Black mom, we can't even have families anymore. We can't even have structured communities anymore. You know what I'm saying? That's the outcome of this. How can you have a structured society where women are walking around in slippers and with the ass shaking? You know what I mean? We just saw SZA recently on stage in Japan. It's going off a cliff. And this is influencing young girls. So now you got young girls rebelling against their parents just because they want to be sexually expressive. And there's no real high, outcome of their behavior. Some might get some money because they get a lot of simps that support it, but at the end of the day, there's no real high level outcome of it. They're not, this shit is not building cities or educating, you know what I'm saying? The youth, it's not bringing us to a higher state of being and consciousness. No, it's actually lowering us to our primal, levels. They want us to be dogs. I just saw a post yesterday where you had these two girls in the elevator with this dude They didn't know, and they started dancing sexy, and then he kind of bounced out the elevator, and they was like, well, he got nervous. He couldn't handle it. I'm like, hold up, time out. So you telling me you want us to be dogs 24/7? That's the response you want from a man every time? Y'all want to cater to our lower extremities, right? Y'all want to cater to our lower selves. You want us to be primal animals, walk around on all fours instead of being a high-minded man. He might be on the way to a business meeting. He might got other shit on his mind. He might have a woman at home. You see what I'm saying? But they want us to react and give them the sexual attention they want when they want it.
Mm-hmm.
And that shows us a level of narcissism. I think we got to come up with a new word. Narcissism, this is beyond narcissism. This is something else. All right? And I don't mean religious because I'm not even a religious person, but the bottom line is that this shit is wickedness. It's demonic. To sit online and disrespect the man that took care of your children. I mean, we can't. It's like a Gandalf moment in Lord of the Rings. You shall not pass. I can't get past that point. How do you disrespect somebody that took care of your children? There's no honor. So look, man. Brothers gotta start approaching this as business. My saying is, business is life and life is business for a reason. I'm not cold-hearted. I have a heart. I'm a hopeless romantic and all that, but I put that shit in perspective and I put it in the right time and place. What I mean is somebody has to show me that they're worthy of it. You feel me? And that takes time because I'm about my business. I'm not losing everything I worked for all my life just because she's pretty, just because I couldn't control my lust, just because I wanted her so bad. You know what I mean? That's childish. That shit we should have got over in high school. That shit, truth be told, we should have got over that in junior high school. But that's not what's happening right now. We seeing it right now with Travis Hunter. Everybody sees what's going on. He can't see it. About to throw tens of millions of dollars away. Because he can't control his lust and his emotion. So the women are taking advantage of this. I'm not making excuses for them. I'm just saying it is what it is. It's kind of like a war, right? If you have a weak point in your lines, you have to recognize that weak point in your lines. You can't just say, hey, we got a weak point in our line. No, the enemy's going to do what it do. No, fuck that. You got to strengthen that area of your battle lines. You can't just let it just keep being penetrated because then you're going to lose the war. And that's what's happening with men right now. Men have actually lost the gender war a long time ago. Because like you said, Black Mind, it has become socially acceptable to be disrespectful. It's become, not only can we be socially disrespectful, we're going to have the power of the state behind hoe culture. So when a woman's out here being a hoe, and then she decides to turn on a man and extort the man, the legal system's there to do that. Legal system wants to make an example of the guy. She's there again. She gets a pass. But she made decisions throughout that whole ordeal to do what she wanted to do. And in the moment, she was having fun. But now that's being turned around and turned into a criminal act on a man. This is absurd. But this is a situation we're in as men. We just saw this go through the Me Too culture, through the whole Me Too movement, and then turn around, you got all these fucking female mayors, female sheriffs who are fucking subordinates. How's that not Me Too? You see what I'm saying? We got to start dealing with reality. And the reality is everything's about power. The secret to the world, and I say this all the time, Cass has heard me say it over and over again. The secret to the world is people do what they get away with. That is the secret to the world. People do what the fuck they can get away with. And you should expect it as a grown-up. As an adult male, you should expect that. And like you can't put yourself in a trance and be like, man, I did so and so, I did this and did that. She's not gonna do me like that. Yes, she will. Yes, she will. Every day in America, you got a courtroom going on right now. It's family court going on right now. Well, not right now, excuse me. I'm sorry. I'm 6 hours ahead. On the East Coast, in about 5 hours, right? 5 or 6 hours, those courts are going to open up, the family courts. There's going to be men standing in them family courts with women who used to fuck and suck them, who got kids by them, and they're going to talk about the men like they ain't shit. You understand me? Every day that happens in America. That's reality. And if you don't think it can happen to you, then I don't know, then you tripping. I would give Papoose props for this. At least he gave us a blaring example that we all can learn. Take your time, young man. Let them prove their time. Let them prove themselves to you. If they really want to be with you, they're not going to go nowhere. Take your time. Don't attach yourselves legally. These laws do not benefit you. So you put yourself in a trick bag by marrying Western women in Western societies right now. It's absolutely insane. I'm not against marriage. I'm pro-marriage. But the bottom line, the way things are going, if you get married in these cultures, if you get married in these societies, you're going to end up divorced. And then when in that divorce, they're going to break you. And the women are doing it on purpose. Going back to Travis Hunter, most football players who have short careers, they have shorter careers than NBA players. 5 to 7 years after they retire, are divorced by their wives. But it's like 70-something% of them are divorced by their wives. When these men need their women the most, their bodies are broken up, bad knees, bad hips, all kinds of shit they did to put them women in those big ass houses. Those women are still relatively young. They're gonna be in the mid to late 30s the most, these women, and they're gonna walk away with millions of dollars. And they're gonna go, like you said, man, they're gonna use that money to go play with other men, play with the men they're really attracted to and that they want to be with. Because these are not virtuous women. And if they're not virtuous women, they're not righteous women, they shouldn't matter. You should require a virtuous woman to have your ring on her finger. And that's not what we're requiring right now. We're just saying, hey, if I got a woman that's going to show me some love and publicly and be on my arm publicly, then yeah, that's good enough. And that's not good enough because that's what I'm saying is we're not taking marriage serious enough as men. We have to set new standards for this shit or get rid of it altogether. But in the meantime, we should be pushing to change the laws because the laws right now is incentivizing this bullshit. And we need to reform marriage ASAP or our society is going to fall apart because without families, you don't have communities. Without communities, you don't have stable economies and stable, societies. And that's exactly what you're seeing in America right now. It's not just the black man. This is happening across the board. If it's not, then why do you have a white manosphere 4 times bigger than the black manosphere? See what I'm saying? This is a global issue, but in the Western cultures, it's really been a problem, and it's incentivizing this fucking behavior. It's disgusting. I'm not going to sit here and try to control women. I'm not responsible for women. That's a woman's issue. Women need to get that shit together. But I will say this though: we as men need to check that shit. We need to check it socially. We need to check it financially. And we need to check it legally. We're not doing it.
Yeah, we have to check it. We're going to have to find ways to, and really this goes back to you telling men to campaign to change the laws. In China, they're watching, and we have examples we can watch like in China. They changed the divorce laws, not even the marriage, they just changed the divorce laws in China. Right. And the last I heard was that marriages went down, and a lot of women said, well, I no longer have a financial incentive to get married. So what it meant was that the financial incentive was all they needed to get married. So forget about love. And what this does is this shows us what we need to be just as cold-hearted as needed, which is, okay, well, if you're in business, then why should we be in love? If we're going to be in business, let's be in business. Let's make this clear from jump.
Exactly. Black Man, can I say something real quick? Real quick. I don't want you to change it because I know how you go. You hit on a lot of points. I just want to make sure we have this point here home. The black men, listen to me. Or any male come across this. The women are about their business. When they stand across from you, I just mentioned the courthouse, that's business. The bench where the judge sits, that's the bank, baby. They're in there getting theirs. I know it's not earned, I get it. I get the moral aspect of that, but it's business. They're handling their business. And they're not blinking an eye. They're going to these courtrooms and they're going into the social media. They're using the court of opinion, all of that against you to get theirs. And that's just the bottom line. You can call it anything else. You can get caught up in their words. You can get caught up in their bullshit, talking about why they did what they did and the justifications of why they did what they did. He cheated on me. Well, he was verbally abusive. No, that's all poppycock. They got in it, and they're showing why they got in it by how they getting out. And like Black Mon just said, once you put those laws in, it de-incentivizes marriages for a lot of these women. And just like if we change our laws, it would de-incentivize single motherhood. If you stepped in right now and said, all right, fine, the only people who can get child support are married women, that would de-incentivize single motherhood overnight. There be nothing in it for them. That's all you got to do is pass the law right now. If all these Christian right motherfuckers want to really do something good while they got power, is put in the laws right now saying, hey, look, we want to incentivize marriage with the tax code and through law. If you want to get child support is only for married women, or or maybe they might have a gray area for some egregious situation where a woman was forced to have a kid. You know what I mean? Something like that. I don't know. But other than that, no. If you go into the club and having sex with a man, you don't even know his full government name, and you had a baby by him, you on your own. Also, if you want to give a baby for adoption, did you notify the father's family? You see what I'm saying? There's things we can do to incentivize fatherhood, to strengthen fatherhood, and also de-incentivize single motherhood. You can do it through law. I don't know why they won't do it. It's like we hell-bent on the left and the right to incentivize single motherhood. The Republicans in Texas just passed a law recently where now you're going to be responsible for a baby from conception because they're putting in their religious ideology into law, which is wrong. But so now what's going to happen on the ground level is the men are going to be responsible for child support. You're going to be you have to pay back to when she first got pregnant. So not only when the baby's born, you got to go back 9 more months. This is what's going on out here. And it's insanity. This is incentivizing single motherhood, not de-incentivizing it. If you want to incentivize marriage, you can do that shit through law. You can say, all right, this getting married is the bee's knees, black man. When you get married, taxes are better. When you get married, you have more protections as a woman. When you get married, you know what I'm saying? You have, you know what I mean? That's what you can do through law. But you can also say we're going to have a fair divorce. All right? We can de-incentivize the hustle. But this is womb hustling right now. These are womb hustlers out here. That's another terminology I came up with. These are womb hustlers. They're hustling the womb. This is some low down, dirty shit. This is what we used to call back in the day, the old school cats used to run around New York back in the 70s. They used to call this backdoor home. See, when a prostitute petitions you up front and lets you know that this is what it is, that's a bona fide hoe. Backdoor hoeing is using, lies and deceit, family, and other things like that. Getting to know your mom and all that kind of stuff. And all she really wanted was the bag because these women are looking for freedom. And their freedom for them is just fucking who they want, dressing how they want, doing what they want. But that takes resources. Being in nice cars, having nice clothes, having the bags you want, that takes resources. So where are you going to get it? Jeff Bezos' wife is sitting out here doing what with the money? He's the one that remade, reconstituted. He made all that money back that he gave his wife. What's she done with the money? Because she's not a builder. Everything, her wealth comes from being with him. And I'm not even saying she did anything wrong. From my understanding, he fucked up that marriage. But the bottom line is that all the resources she got was from him. She didn't create it. So other women see it that way. So they're creating these situations where, you know what? I'm going to marry this simp. I'm going to marry this punk. He wants a beautiful chick. I'm a beautiful chick. That brings in the narcissism. And then I'm going to just, play my role. And if he's an athlete, fuck it, I'm going to have some kids with some good genetics. Then I might have some kids with some money. They're going to hook mama up. In the meantime, I'm going to break this thing. And that's what they're going to do. And they're going to stand right across from you in that courtroom, acting like they never slept with you, like you never kissed, like you never had an intimate moment. None of that shit matters to these women. I wish the men would wake the fuck up. Right now, we have a lot of soft-ass men walking around. And you can't tell me I'm lying when OnlyFans is making the money it's making.
Not only that, but apparently they found, I don't know how true it is, but they're claiming now that a big chunk, if not a majority, of the OnlyFans consumers are married men. And that tells you about the state of marriage in the primary market, which is its primary market being North America. That tells you about the state of marriage right there.
But but Jet Black, I covered this on 2 streams. I read the link that shows the percentage of OnlyFans and how it's structured of how they're making the money, and it's all revealed with the graphs. are really people that are married. And if I could pull up, I'll probably pull up for y'all to look at it in a second. That most of them is here in America, and outside America, there's a lot international that there are men that's already in relationships that are paying to watch these women on OnlyFans. It tells the state of marriage in general. If your husband has to go sit there and pay a non-chick that he's not gonna bang to see her play with her box or play with her feet. Just saying. Continue.
That puts shit great. But yeah, you're right. And you know, I just look at it like, look, you know, we have to be leaders right now. We have a lost female who's not innocent. They play innocent, but they're not innocent. They're very devious and deviant. They don't give a shit about society. And you know what? That makes sense. The black mind knows exactly where I'm going with this. That makes sense because it is not their responsibility to be builders and leaders. This whole thing about equality and us having equal, you know, leadership and all, that's bullshit. I would say there are some talented sisters or women out there in general who can play their roles in companies, play their roles in businesses, and you know, politics, law, extremely good lawyers. You know what I mean? But I'm talking about overall running a society. And the women that have that aptitude and that capability are not the majority. Look how many educated women are on OnlyFans. Women who went to college. So went to college to get a professional degree, but it came back right back down to tits and ass. You see what I'm saying? Because it's about the fast money. It's about having an easy, quote unquote, life, but it's at the expense of the rest of society. They don't care. SZA doesn't care that little kids are going to see her page. I'm sorry. I like SZA as an artist, but the sister is flat out wrong. You cannot not give a fuck like that. You can't, you know what I mean? It's ironic. You know why? I know they know better. Because you have Rihanna running around here talking about she would, you know, she doesn't like some of the things she used to do. She's saying that now that she has a child and she's gotten older. So maybe that's because on one hand she had a child and she's a mom now, and then she does have some values from my grandparents or something like that, right? Or maybe it's a combination of growing up as well, becoming a better person. Maybe it's both. I don't know. But the bottom line, she's sitting out here talking like a granny right now. She's talking like a mature woman right now. Right? Now, there's no telling when they start throwing those checks in the front of her and she dropped a little weight, but she'll go back to doing, who knows? But we saw Sukihana have a moment of clarity. So these women know what they're doing. They know right from wrong. All of this, you know, she's lost and you don't know how she was raised and what she went through. I don't give a fuck what she went through when she was a child. I'm saying that right now. I don't give a fuck what you've been through. We all been through some shit. We got black boys who came through all kind of shit in the hood. We've been touched by grown women. You got some black men around who've been touched by men when they were young. We all been through some shit. We don't get the pass when we do something bad. I didn't get Robert Kelly or R. Kelly a pass because he was molested as a child by women. He didn't get a pass for that. See what I'm saying? We're not dealing with compassionate, loving people. We're dealing with people who are about their business, but their business is doing evil. Evil is, when you're just doing what you want to do in life, that is evil. When you're not considering other people and the outcome and the consequences of your behavior, that's evil. That's an aspect of evil. When you don't, if I was to walk around as an adult, treating people any kind of way, talking to Chaos crazy, right? Chaos, every time you interact with me, I'm just disrespecting you and talking crazy to you, right? Now, no concern about the outcome. And then you finally clap back at me. You do me dirty. You embarrass me, wash me, whatever you need to do, right? Publicly. And then I sit back and say, why are you doing that to me? That's what we're dealing with. That's wickedness. All this time I was talking crazy to you and treating you a certain kind of way, and I had no concern about consequences. And then now I'm dealing with consequences, and I'm like, oh my God, why are you doing me like this, Chaos? This you know what I'm saying? That's wickedness. That's beyond wickedness. Everybody knows that they don't want to be treated a certain way. It's kind of like with the race thing. That's why I don't even argue with white people. We gotta talk better to them and teach them. No, I teach them shit. They know goddamn well they wouldn't know their kids getting treated like by the cops. You know what I mean? Like that. They wouldn't tolerate it. They know right from wrong. Everybody knows right from wrong. Because everybody knows how they don't want to be treated. Everybody knows. So you got a bunch of women walking around here right now who want structured results, but they don't want no structure. What structured results? She's in trouble and she needs a tire change. That takes systems. Tow truck guys that are trained. You need people who supply tools, the tires, and stuff. All that comes through academia, though. Building systems where you have a supply chain of parts and all the things that go into making services possible. They don't think along those lines. It's just snap my finger, it should appear. That is a reckless human being running around. And we giving these women big bags, $100,000 bags, $20,000 shoes. Get the fuck out of here. This is insanity on behalf of the men. Because now we're not taking you know what I mean? Now we're not taking society seriously. We as men and as leaders got to start taking society way more serious than what we got going on right now. We can't just keep looking at the fact that, hey, she's fine, she's sexy, and I get my rocks off, and then that's the reward. No, the reward is building a better world for our grandchildren. That's the reward. We can have fun along the way, but we got to keep our eye on the prize. And that's building a better society, a better world for our grandchildren. And if we're not focused on that, then we ain't shit either.
Yeah. All right, guys. Any closing remarks, guys? Because I am past my time. So
yeah, I would just say this one thing before I rock out, and I want to hear what Black Mind has to say. I'm just saying, as a New Yorker, I want to throw another tidbit out there. As a street kid, what Remy has done is very dishonorable. I'm so proud of how she's being treated by the streets.
Yes, I'm proud too.
There's a lot of sisters online that, from the hood that are really pulling her card right now. Unfortunately, there's a lot of feminist females that, are supporting her. Remy Ma's social media has blown up since this ordeal, right? Which says a lot about our culture. But there's also still a lot of women out there riding with Papoose. And part of what Papoose did right is that Papoose didn't jump out the window initially. He wasn't going back and forth on initially. He got to a point where he's like, all right, enough's enough. And now he's speaking on it because his again, this is where time comes in. The time he spent in the game, he's known for not being like this. It's not normal for Papoose to be on the live talking about his business for an hour. That's not normal. So it has more weight. You know what I mean? If he's going back and forth with a chick, first of all, you're lowering yourself to her level. You can't do that. All right? If you're going to be above women, be above them. Because there was somebody else recently, I'm trying to remember, that went through a similar situation, and everybody sided with him because he was quiet and he kept the powder dry, and he was cool, and they just let the woman act out, and everybody turned on her. What was that? The Tia Mowry situation. See how Corey was that?
Yeah.
That's how
you hear a peep from Corey. Corey kept his mouth shut for the whole
is. You know what I mean? And when he does say something, he says something poignant, he gets to the point, he gets the fuck off stage, and he lets the women have been roasting her. You all right? So stand tall, keep your shit together, and that's how you end up in the game. So hopefully Papoose doesn't make this a habit, coming out and having these long live streams, you know what I mean? Because it gives way more weight to it when you do it out of nowhere, when it's not normal. It gives it way more weight. People are like, damn, he's not the problem. They just on a human level, people want to see you as the the bigger person, as the better person. You see what I'm saying? And they're gonna tend not to believe her. And she's been going out. She just keep going live, spazzing out for days and shit. She look crazy. Let her be crazy. Don't get caught up on her craziness. You keep your masculine frame at all times and never fall down into her level. That is some immature, I can't even say female shit. It's dysfunctional as fuck. It's ugly what some of these women are doing. And let them do it. Let them do what they're doing. Let them get together. And then you hit them all at the same time with the same bullet. So that's what I wanted to add. On the street level, this is very dishonorable to have somebody stand up for you, visit you, when you did some crime, and then you get type people in return. So right now, Remy Ma on the street level, she's money. You know what I'm saying? And, I'm just telling you how it is from street. My sisters are from Brooklyn. I had a conversation with my sister who still lives in Brooklyn. Real bro. You know what I mean? When she talk, she can't stand that bitch. She's all kinds of bitches and hoes. You know what I'm saying? They're riding with Pat. You know, so and that's how it works when you're part of a village on a level. Now, socially, people outside of our culture, you know, the women are going to do what they're going to do. You're going to have white women riding with women, these white feminists, Spanish feminists, other, you know, black feminists, you know, riding with women. You can't do nothing about that. But on a local level, maintain your masculine frame. You always come out on top.
All right. Thank you, Jay Shine. I appreciate it, brother. We'll do this again soon. You know what I'm saying? It's good that you came pop it up at the right time. I don't do these late things, but tonight was, one of them nights I felt it. Thank you again, Jay Shine. All right, Black Mind, any closing remarks?
Yeah, and first I want to thank you all for being patient with my long-windedness. I try to do justice to the questions. I'm going to remind my listeners and your listeners because Eric in the chat Eric X brought up a point in the chat how satanic this is, and we're still dealing. I mean, we as black men and even white guys dealing with their women are still dealing with the shock of just how malicious all of this is. But we have to understand that malice is the motive. And I'm getting this from a guy who is both black and white in Canada who did research on feminism, and he found some interesting things. I don't have the receipts now, but he found some interesting things. And this is, in fact, it really does boil down to the definition of evil. Because at the core of this, there really is a ring of women that were, first there's a ring of women that are not into men anyway, they're into women. But even within them, there is an inner circle of women that believe in witchcraft and contacting spirits. And we know if you're calling on spirits and you hear an answer, you know what kind of spirit that is. And there are women that believe in doing that, and they're at the inner circle of this. And so it is radiating outward from that. And what we're seeing is what we're allowed to see that radiates outward from that. But malice is in fact the motive, and we have to understand it. And we as black men are dealing with a culture of women that have been taught to be upfront with malice. And if anything, to hide affection for you. Tommy Sotomayor castigates his mom to this day because of that. He to this day, he talks about how his mom was harsh and rough and had all this attitude. And it was one of her boyfriends that told them that, oh, she does love y'all. When you all fall asleep, she goes into the room and kisses y'all. Also, what, they got to be unconscious for her to show love? So we're dealing with a culture in which they're trained to be upfront with the hostility and always with the hatred and anything that's rough, as if that's what we deserve, as if we need that. So the best they've ever been allowed to show us is tough love. That's the absolute best they socially allow each other. So we do have to understand that the motive is the malice. We're shocked at the malice and we should be, because we're not that malicious. But when we understand that the malice is the motive, it may not explain the malice itself, but it will tell us what they're going to do next. Should men push for these laws to change? Absolutely. Does that mean that there won't be a pushback? Oh, there's definitely going to be a pushback. And so men should push for the laws to change in the West and still work on getting the F out and going to more traditional areas. But even then, men should understand that when they go somewhere else, just like I said, reach out to these young black boys when you're there and you tell them exactly what their mom doesn't want them to know, exactly when they don't want them to know it, exactly at the age they think they're going to say is inappropriate. By the same token, when you get to these traditional areas, tell these men what's coming down the pike so that they know what to do, because it is their society after all. But let them know what's coming down the pike so that they know what to do to head it off at the pass. And if they need your advice on how to head it off, they're going to come and ask you. All you got to do is tell them what to look for. They'll find it. Then they'll come and ask you what they need to know about how to head this off at the pass. But we're going to have to be aggressive against this misandry. We absolutely going to have to be and treat it like a gender war, because every time in every society, one thing that's happened is that by the time the men realize it's a gender war, the war's already been underway and they've lost it, as Jay Shine said. So I hope that explains it all. And thank you for covering this. Thanks for having me on here.
Thank you again, Black Man. I appreciate it. And like always,
Yes, sir.
we'll see you again soon. Take care. All right,
Take care,
guys.
sir.
Yeah, take care. All right, guys. That's it for today's stream.
All right, Chaos, what you got? You say, my question, do you think that black women in corporate or in the work field look down on regular brothers that work the 9 to 5 because the boss be sleeping and triggering the reasons? CC, what's happening? Do they look down? Some of them do for sure. For sure. And I wish I had that book. Man, let me see if I got it around. Nope, I ain't even got it. But Wesley Muhammad mentioned something like that in the book, Understanding the Assault on Black Masculinity, on a black man. I forgot, I might be paraphrasing it. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna see if I got it. Yeah, Understanding the Assault on a Black Man. That's the first volume. And he talked about, he brought up, and it's another book called Black Like Me or something like that. When it's was it a white dude that dressed up, that kind of not dressed up, but painted himself black and walked around or dealt with them white folk just to kind of get a glimpse of life from our perspective. And he came across some startling information that has translated or transferred over to the current corporate climate. And he talked about how a lot of the white slave masters who ended up becoming bosses and things like that, like their attitude towards the black woman, it pertains to that sleeping and tricking. You know, it was a statement, man. I want to go grab that book to where he said one white dude was like, he talked about sleeping with the black employees, the black women that he employed, you know, and basically saying if she wanted to get to the top, the person was asking, like, what if she doesn't want to sleep with you to get to the top? And the white man was like, well, if she knows what's best for her, she gonna do exactly that. This is reality, man. Like, this is a white man in that position said that. So if we think that this stuff still doesn't exist, sadly mistaken. Sadly mistaken. That was their mentality then. That is their mentality now. So that was brought up in the light of basically black women having more access, back in the slave days, having more access to the white folks than black men. Like they would let the black woman in the crib and hold the babies and take care of the babies, be nannies and things like that. And a lot of times what was happening was the white dude, sometimes it was rape involved. Most of the time it was rape involved. But a lot of times there was some sexual encounters going on for the black woman to have that access. You know, so this transferred over into the workforce. So it all started in slavery, that black woman having that access to the crib or having more access to the crib than a black man, because the black woman is not necessarily a physical threat to the white power structure. So they will let her in. So then they knew in order to further divide us, once the corporate world was set up and they so-called got rid of that form of slavery, transformed over to corporate slavery, then they knew exactly what they was going to end up doing. We going to get these black women these high corporate positions. And a lot of times it's a lot of nonsense that's going on. A lot of sleeping with the bosses and things like that is happening. Now, is it happening all the time? I ain't going to say that. I can't, nothing is 100%, but it's definitely happening because that's history. Just like for a black dude to get in certain positions, he got to shuck and jive and sell his people out. You know what I'm saying? So best believe that. But when it comes to access to white people, white families, the white home, black women was given more access easily than a black man, you know. So and that is reflecting in the current climate in today's corporate structure and corporate world. They don't have no problem giving that black woman access. They don't have no problem with that. Especially now, since they have divided us, right? They done divided us now, so we could really give her power. Because now she just gonna shit on another brother. She gonna shit on the black man. Like, she not gonna get the power, take it back to the black man, and then they build something with that. No. She gonna get her power that we gave her access to, and she gonna talk down on the brothers that we are not giving the same access to. That's what's gonna happen. And is this me making an excuse? No. Not an excuse at all. This is just me highlighting reality. That's why I removed myself from the corporate structure. I don't have time to play that game. You know, I'm building my own thing. I don't have time to play corporate games because I already know what it is and I know what type of brother I am. You know what I'm saying? So I ain't got time to play that game. So I removed myself from that structure. That's my solution. I'm not about to be I'm not about to be having these white dudes having that type of power and control over my life. No, emphatically, no, it's not happening. You know, so the moment I went on the job and saw a white dude that was interviewing me or saw a white dude at the top, I'm like, nah, this ain't gonna work. I know how this is gonna go. You know what I'm saying? And then nowadays we got such a fugazi culture. So now back in the day, you just had to worry about, well, mainly you had to worry about the women sleeping with the white male CEO. Nowadays, these dudes so fugazi, you got that stuff going on. So now it's not just the sister that's sleeping with the CEO. It might be one of these dudes. It might be one of them brothers, and it might be one of them young white dudes. All this type of stuff is going on. You know, the freaky stuff y'all see Diddy do, all these CEOs, like they be on that. You know what I'm saying? The stuff that Diddy got accused of, R. Kelly, all that type of stuff. Man, look, these CEOs of all these jobs we work and we didn't work, they doing the same things. Best believe it. Best believe it. And now it's not just necessarily the women. Like now the women got to worry about this CEO might be sleeping with this dude. You know, this dude quickly coming up the ranks, and you like, what's going on? It might be some funny boy business going on, you know, because that community got a lot of pull and power too, and they in some high positions. I didn't work in some places where them type of people was at the top, so you already know what's going on. You know what I'm saying? Like you already know what's going on. So now you got that's going on. That community getting into a lot of power positions. So now that stuff is going on. So now you got some other propositions going on. So it's not just, man, white dude, in order for this black chick or this white chick to get to the top, they got to do this, that, and the third. Now you got one of the alphabets up there and they need somebody to be on some different type of time. Man, I ain't got time for that. And that, if you don't think that type of stuff goes on, I don't know what to tell you. If you think that these corporations just move strictly off of your work, your work quality, and your results, sadly mistaken. Sadly mistaken. I ain't nobody got time for that. Sadly mistaken. So I had to remove myself from that, man. I ain't got time for that. I know what type of brother I am. I'm not going for the nonsense. So with that being said, a lot of doors get shut right in your face because you're not going, and I'm cool with that. Like I'm cool with it. Okay, chaos for sure. The Joy Taylor, matter of fact, the Joy Taylor situation is funny because I didn't hear her talk about women's empowerment and all that. But the funny part, the funniest part of that story wasn't even the fact that she slept her way to that position. The part that I found most interesting was how she was basically when they served when she served her purpose, how she was about to accuse these brothers of misconduct. That's the part that got me. That little small part right there is where I was like, see, it's a lot of brothers right now that's going through some lawsuits like that because of people like that. Joy Taylor brought that to the surface. She admitted to, based on the allegations, which, listen, to me, I feel like it's right and exact just based off of the way I see how she conduct herself. I see the truth in it, but I could be wrong. But I see the truth in this statement. But based on what was stated or alleged, she planned on falsely accusing these dudes of like harassment and all that type of nonsense once everybody served their purpose and everything ran its course. So you're going to sleep your way to the top. You're going to consent to the sexual acts, right? Then when everything has run its course, now you're going to say that these dudes harassed you. Wow. So now that makes you question all these other lawsuits and situations that's out here. Thank you, Joy. You know what I'm saying? Like, thank you for that. That was dumb. Very dumb. Like, I that was dumb, you idiot. Like, she's an idiot. That's an idiot. You know what I'm saying? Like, you're dumb. You're dumb. You have just set the community back 400 more years with that stupidity, with just everything you did. Now, of course, the folks that's out here willing to promote based on that, that's trash in and of itself too. But man, come on, now you was gonna use that against them? Be real about it, fam. You slept your way to that situation. Don't come like just own up to that. But the moment you about to start lying on these dudes and act like you didn't consent to that, to me, that's more foul than anything. Like, to me, that's more foul, fam. That's more foul. To me, that's the more malicious act right there, when you was gonna turn around and lie on these dudes. That I don't like that part, man. That's the equivalent of these dudes, once you ran their course, coming out and saying you slept your way to the top. That's the equivalent to me. Like, that's messed up. Like, all of a sudden you gonna consent to this, but then when everything runs its course, you gonna use this stuff against them. Man, that's foul, man. It's foul. Ken, the main line. Peace, what's happening? Kelvin, she was going to do it anyway because she was going to think subconsciously that was going to promote her, like that was going to lead to promotions. So yeah, she was going to do it. She might was going to do it anyway because subconsciously in her mind, she would have thought that it would have led to something. Trust me. Mugs ain't out here just giving out the goods without some ulterior motives attached to them, especially in them type of industries. So yeah, she might have been about to do it anyway, but it was a subconscious factor to that anyway. Like, man, if I do this with these dudes in this profession, this might lead to X, Y, and Z. Subconsciously, you that's what she's thinking, even if she's not directly doing it for that reason. It's a subconscious element that's attached to it. Terenzo, for sure. Don't like the law, but can't wait to use that law against us. Now, of course, I have again come across some that just be trying their hardest not to get the laws involved, but I've seen some that can't wait to go to the law. But then the moment we see some unfair treatment from law enforcement on the news, everybody jumping up like, this is why I don't like the cops. This is why I don't like the law. This is why I don't like this, that, and the third. And them the first people you go and call. Them the first people you go and run to when you got a problem. People, they selective with the outrage, man. They just selective with the stuff that they stand on and stand for. And I feel like it's just ridiculous. Them the first people you go run and cry to. But you don't like them. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's, come on now. The first people you go call, but you don't like these people though. Oh, okay. You know, so that doesn't make much sense to me. But yeah, that Joy Taylor situation is just ridiculous, man, on her end, because of, for one, telling old girl to just accept it, whole while you plotting to use things against dudes. That's foul, man. Like, that's foul. It's foul on all ends. You know, I ain't finna be offering you no money to be doing this, and I'm not about to be having you engage in this act and boost you up, man. Anybody got time to be doing that, man. Like, that never ends. Somebody go find me an example of when that ends well. Like, people gotta learn, like, that never ends well. So that's why I'm gonna call you an idiot when you do these things. You are an idiot. All of the people that was involved in that are dumb. Like, you are an idiot. You lack discernment, because this stuff never ends well. So why am I doing it? Like, at some point, you got to learn from, like, history, man. You got to learn from the past. But I'm not about to engage in something that I know. I already know how this is going to end. So then when it ends that way, we just looking stupid. dudes be getting online, deleting and removing posts. Like, dude, it's 2025. The first thing that happened when these allegations popped up, people went right on your Instagram and Facebook and all this, and they screenshotting videos. Like, you can't delete this stuff, man. Like, and deleting it in and of itself makes you look guilty of what you were accused of. Like, you might as well just leave it up, man. If you got nothing to hide, you gonna just leave it up. What they go do, I'm gonna go delete this. I'm gonna go remove it like the world didn't just see it, like somebody ain't screenshot it. You know, you got hundreds of thousands of subscribers and followers, and you think you can delete a video and it doesn't resurface. Like, these people lack discernment, man. Like, they are dumb, and we give them too much credit. We place them on a pedestal. Like, these people are not the wisest of the bunch. A lot of these entertainers and a lot of these celebrities, man, the way that they be moving and things that they do, it's just dumb. And that lets you know that money cannot afford or purchase common sense and discernment. You have all the money in the world and still lack common sense, good judgment, and discernment. We see it all the time. You know, so when it comes to the things, when people talk about things money can't buy, that's it. It cannot buy discernment, cannot buy common sense, cannot buy good judgment. These folks with money make some of the dumbest decisions, and they think that the money can cover it up. Not all the time. Again, cream always rises to the top, fam. So these people, man, these people have terrible judgment. Terrible judgment. When I be looking at some of this, I'm like, dude, why would you even think that you was going to be able to get away with that? Or did you think that? Like, some of the times I'm like, nah, they knew they was going to get caught. Like, they did not think they was going to get away with that. Like, they knew they was going to get caught. Because it's like, come on, man. Like, the first thing they preach, which they don't never do, but that's in the rule book, man. Like, don't have any relations with co-workers, man. You know what I mean? Like, they tell you this. And what these folks go do? That's the first thing they go do. They tell, this is in the rule book, which nobody follows, because it never ends well. It's a reason why people tell you do not do that. It's a reason why folks tell you keep it professional, because we know it's not going to end well. But do folks do it? No. They think the more money I got, the more we can sweep this under the rug. Come on, man. When you got big money involved, like, to me, the bigger the money, the bigger the problem will become. You know, like, if you got a ton of money, then all that's about to happen is they gonna plotting like Joy Taylor. Yeah, they got all this money. So what I'm about to do, okay, I'm gonna consent, but I'm gonna stick up for everything they got when this stuff is ran its course. So the more money you got that you feel like you could throw at a problem, like, the more money you gonna come out of. Man, they milk you for everything, man. Just like having a child with the wrong person. The more money you got, the more that's gonna cost you. You know what I'm saying? Like, the more money you got, the more it's gonna cost you to have a child by the wrong person. And these people with more money be making the worst decisions when it comes to that. The worst decisions. And then get mad at like, you the one talking to this chick that the whole world and told you not. You know what I'm saying? So then when stuff does pop off and you do get played, now you mad. And I don't feel sorry for you. Cool K, what's happening? Main line, bunch of them. Bunch of rich fools, man, and it's ridiculous. Oh, Terenzo, I gotta tap into that video. I gotta tap into that. I'll be real for sure. And it's a big time illusion. Big time illusion. Big time illusion. You know, but we gotta, hey man, we gotta just start bringing more light to the contradictions the hypocrisies, and all of that, man. We got to start calling this type of stuff out. You know, the topic here, the things that was brought up, man, we just got to start calling this stuff out, calling a spade, and hey, standing on that square, because I'm gonna stand on this square musically every time, fam. That's one of the first things that started to change when I evolved, man, was my music taste. You know, when I started to read more, acquire some information, I say, man, I started changing what I was listening to, fam, like literally. So that just let me know what type of mindset folks be operating on, man. I don't want to hear nothing about just entertainment and it ain't that deep. Yes, it is. Yeah, I hate when people tell me something ain't that deep. Problem with this world, nobody thinks deep enough. Like nothing is that deep to anybody. It ain't never that deep. Nah, it's always that deep. Mugs just be afraid to think. Use their minds, fam. Like for real. Stuff is always deeper than the surface, fam. That's why you never take anything on face value. That's why they tell you that. They tell you never take anything on face value because it's always deeper than what you see. What they say, believe none of what you see and half of what you hear and things like that. None of what you hear, half of what you see. My bad. But yeah. That's why they say these things, man, because it's always deeper than the surface. Always. When you ask a person, how you doing today? 99% of the time, person is going to lie to you. I'm good. The response is the reality is always deeper than the response. Every time you ask somebody how they doing, people lie. I'm good. I'm straight. Even if they tell you they bad, they're not going deeper. They're not telling you what the actual problem is. So again, the reality is always deeper than the response, fam. So it is always that deep. It's always deeper than what it seems. You know, it's always deeper than what it seems. So I don't like when somebody tell it ain't that deep, man. Yes, it is. Don't try to minimize or downplay somebody like myself that thinks about things in a deep nature or sense, all because you don't want to do it. Look, I'm able to have my moments where I lighten up and joke. You know what I'm saying? So I need for you to have your moments where you think a little bit deeper. Tony, and that's my thing. The work, especially in the black community, the only time we take things seriously is basically when they tell us to take things seriously via the media. So when they want us to take things seriously, that's when we take things seriously. That's it. That's it. That's the only when we take things seriously, it was planned. Like, all right, we're gonna have this, we gonna display this in the media. Black people gonna get emotional and riled up for like 1 week, you know, and the whole while they doing this, we gonna pass some laws that's gonna take away their freedoms and all this type of stuff. You know, so that's the only time we get serious, and that's really not serious because it don't last long. And it's more reactionary. You know, it's reactive. We reacting instead of being proactive, you know. So that's the only time we serious about something is when they give us something to be serious about. That's it. Politics. Okay, it's time to vote. Vote. Now let's get serious. But now who talking about politics now? When it was time to vote, everybody was a politician. Every black person had a political science degree and they got their PhD in political science. Every black person. Now, who done been talking about Trump? Who done been talking about Kamala? Who done been talking about any type of policy? Who? These same people that had everything to say. These same people that had everything to say when it was that time, who talking about it now? What black person talking about it now that was talking about it then? Very small portion. But when it was that time, all black people knew everything about politics. Every last thing, they knew everything about it. Now nobody's talking about it because they not putting it in front of our faces, making us talk about it. And that's why I don't respect a lot of black folks, man. That's nonsense. Only time we political science, we got political science PhDs when it's that time. Everybody was well versed in politics. Everybody. That's why I don't take people seriously. That's why I don't be entertaining the opinions of a lot of folks. Because this is stuff I be on from time to time, from all the time, 365, 24/7. I mean, I got a book right here, Racial Matters, just talking about how the FBI was having us under surveillance from 1960 to 1972. Like, I'm always on this type of time. It ain't just when it's time to select or place a president on the throne or a puppet master on the throne. No, like, I'm always studying politics, government mistreatment, government corruption. Like, I'm always on that. You know what I'm saying? Always. Always. Doesn't stop. I don't care what month it is. So I'll be finding that type of stuff funny, man. Because now I'm saying black people that had everything to say to you back then, not saying anything to me. They ain't saying anything to me. You can't have a political discussion and save your day, save your life right now. Promise you could. If you try to talk politics right now with somebody, the conversation, I don't even want to talk about that. But you wanted to talk about it some months ago. Man, get out of my face. Black folks don't really be on nothing. That's why nobody takes us seriously. We don't take ourselves seriously. We just be a joke. We just react to everything. We respond how it's predictable. Like, come on, man. We don't take nothing serious at all. Just pathetic, man. It's pathetic. You know, the garbage we be listening to, the garbage that we entertain. We don't have any ounce of balance. People always talk about balance, man. Like, oh, man, I can't just listen to conscious music all day. Fool, idiot. Am I saying that? Am I asking you to do that? No. I'm saying balance. People don't even have balance. They're not even listening to music with a message 2% of the time. So don't talk to me about balance when you don't even got 5% worth of music with a message that's playing.
I want my money. I told you.
Where is my money?
Benny. Bring me everyone.
I need my money. I need my money.
What do you mean everyone?
The chaos.
They like the chaos.
They like the chaos. So when you're able to
The chaos.
let that chaos reign with,
The chaos.
let that chaos reign with,
The chaos.
let that chaos reign with.
Must reign.
Folks in on the discussion. Chaos Reign, what's happening?
How you doing, man?
What's up?
How you doing? Can we good?
Yep.
Yes. Can I talk about the previous video of the young man having a conversation with the person about the hair?
Sure.
Briefly? I find it odd that a black man, like you said before, cannot criticize what's going on in his environment and being honest and giving full detail to not only to himself but the women in his community.
Yep.
Now, in regards if he's dating or marrying out, that's his business. But like anything, he is in his rightful mind just to really talk about women and really treat why you don't get what you get, especially your appearance does matter. And wearing the fake hair is a sign of obedience submission to the what is called dominant society, i.e. white women. And our black women will fight a lot of black men for that and still give excuse because in their mind, by them having that hair, they think they're close or above the white woman. And that's how I see it.
Yeah.
And
well, at least
here's the funny thing about
at least they believe that they're over the black man.
Yeah.
Right.
I mean that's our fault because they believe that, but they're not. But really, straight out the fun there. Personally, a lot of women, especially in our community, like to complain and judge the men, right, and put them at a certain standard to this man. But when you try to put the finger on them, it's a big problem. And we know clear as day that you're doing and trying to be above Sarah, Becky, and you're not getting the same results. And the reason why you're not getting the same results is because you're not yourself and keeping yourself. One of the main things be in your natural state. Anything less than that, you're artificial person in this world trying to mimic and imitate. It's like the same issue with what do you call it, Nicki Minaj, this envy, that when she did that show, you know what I'm talking, right? And I know it's off topic, but they were complaining about that. Well, wait, you're trying to have the appearance of Miss Ann. So which one is it? I'm confused.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. And face facts. Go ahead.
And one other thing I want to add about Dr. Ryan Talbot and his practice. I could see why he decided to venture off on the YouTube journey, because there has to be a different perspective of how you heal people, especially in regards to what they call clinical psychology therapy. And him being on this man's podcast, it explains a lot, about the whole overall perfection and where things are going. And it makes me want to say, is it really necessary now? Since Dr. Ryan Talbot came to this conclusion about his field. What's your views? That's the last question.
Okay. I mean, I think that I don't think that he's saying that it's not necessary for men. I think he's saying that some aspects of it are just totally not, men are not going to be interested. It's not really important for men. But under certain scenarios, it's actually very important. And I think he described what that was. But of course, women are going to be the dominant population. He described his practice, and much of people reaching out to him is based on relationship stuff, and that's because of his social media presence and the kinds of things that he talks about. Now, he's talked about other things on his channel, but the stuff that tends to blow up is the relationship-based content, which makes sense. That's the stuff that people are most concerned about, most interested in. And I think especially with the sort of epidemic of singleness, we'll say, and the declining birth rate and a lot of these projections, they're talking about, 50% of women being single, by 2030 or 2030, and 2030 is only a few years away, by the way. And we might actually beat that. That's what they're talking about. So it's pretty interesting.
But here y'all go.
Blame it on the Obama phone.
Give me a second.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? Ryan, Chaos.
Hey, what's
good? How y'all doing?
I'm good.
I'm good.
What up?
Hey, yo, I just got to give a little pushback on something before we continue. Regarding this nobody, what you were saying about, black women not being safe. Now, we're not, like what the old saying goes, we can't be red pill for black women and white. No, we can't be red pill for black women and blue pill for white women. But I have to give a little pushback about, what she said about black women in certain countries. It's not completely accurate. That type of behavior, you're more likely to see that in places like Spain, Portugal, Italy, Belgium, and France. Not so much in Germany, not to the same extent as you might think. Denmark, because because the whole issue about ladies of the street and shit like that. But in Scandinavia, no, nobody's being threatened like that.
I mean,
with those populations, no. She's just she's just BSing. But I know she's saying what you guys said just to push their buttons a bit.
I mean,
not everybody can fail for the okie doke. But go ahead.
But at the end of the day, that's an okie doke for black women to fall and figure out to fall for, not for black men. That's not our problem.
I understand that, but she's talking about black women in general. But is she talking about specific groups of black women, or is she talking about black women worldwide? That's the thing you have to consider as well.
I mean, I get what you're saying, but I don't give a fuck. I mean, at this point, because they don't care when it's the other way around. You think they care for black men?
My apologies, y'all. I didn't hear anything you said. My bad. I'm, preoccupied. Regular streams. Anyway, because I know Neighbor was talking, but I couldn't hear much of what he was saying. Because there we go. Okay, y'all give me a second. Go ahead. Neighbor, repeat some of what you said, because I think you were just trying to say that it's far safer there than what she's giving on. I get that, and I understand. Go ahead.
Yeah, here's the thing y'all failing to realize. First of all, these countries are not as violent as what everybody's saying. I mean, in Scandinavia, in Sweden and everything, they're talking about, there's been uptick in violence. Yes. Most of it is gang related and whatnot. And it's spread into Norway and Denmark. But what she's talking about, like black women are not safe in certain countries, that is not completely true.
No. I agree with that. No, I don't think that's all she's trying to get at. I think she's just trying to get black women out the way. I think that's what she was really. She's really trying to say, like, yeah, just you know what, you right. Black men ain't ish. Move out the way. I got them. Other white women and non-black women like me got them. Go ahead.
And she is being facetious about that. So shout out to Terrell Begley for saying that. And if those actors could come on up here, because he could break it down exactly what type of chick this is, because this is more up his wheelhouse. But what I'm trying to say is, first of all, the subjugation, because you already have black people here. Most of us are coming from Africa as well as the Caribbean. Okay? So with that being said, as far as African women in Europe are concerned, I mean, many of them can find themselves being harassed and stuff like that, mostly in places like Italy, in Spain, in Portugal. Well, not too much in Portugal, but in Spain and Italy, where you have a lot of racism. In parts of France, that happens. In Belgium, I think, yeah, but in Denmark, in Finland, Norway, Sweden, the population is not to that same extent, because the population is very small. Also in Germany, you do have a lot of Africans, but most of the time, these Africans keep to themselves. And it varies from nationality to nationality. Because first of all, nobody's picking a fight with a Somali chick.
Yeah.
And if they do see an Eritrean whatnot, nobody's interacting with her to that extent. They're keeping to themselves.
That's beside the point. Here's the question though. Naima. Are black women in these parts of the world being chosen? Are they being chosen by white dudes in any significant number?
No, not to the same significant. Not to the same extent as Asian women are. However, I will say this: the flip side about that is this. I'm gonna land with this. The flip side about that is this: a lot of Scandinavian women will interact and be involved with black men, and if they cannot get with a man of their own ilk, they'll get with somebody from neighboring countries within the EU. But it's not uncommon to see Scandinavian women with British, Irish, Canadian, or American men. Usually men they met over there when they were attending college or doing work over there for a period of time. And then when they decided to come home, they brought them with them.
Yeah.
And now those men are reintegrating into that society.
Yeah, but
can I ask a question? I just want to kind of clarify something. Namer, what would be her motivation to lie or exaggerate the issue of Scandinavian men preying on black women? What would be her motivation to lie about that?
Well, like Z said, just to get them out the way. But the thing she has to understand is
get them out the way from white men.
Get them out the way of white men. Also keep them away from black men. But when she's
how does that keep them away from black men? If the predator of white men, how is that? What does that have to do with keeping them away from black men? I mean, if anything, if I interpret what she says correctly, if anything, if I were a black woman in that environment, I'd be more inclined to cling to or favor black men if I felt I was being threatened by white men.
That's true. However, as somebody who lives down here, who lives up here, and I understand what she's trying to say, what her motive is saying is, and understanding the intellectual dishonesty to extent, I have to give some pushback. Because we can't take everything that's being said at face value, sir. Correct?
No, you misinterpreted my question. I'm not questioning the authenticity of what you're presenting. I'm trying to understand why she would lie about this.
Sounds like reverse psychology to
I'm
me.
going to ask the question that
that's
nobody
what
else
I
is
thought.
asking. I mean,
where's the reverse psychology? Okay, I want to get a black man. Let's say we're her. I want to get a black man. I want to limit the access to black men. how does scaring black women from dealing with white men, how does that help me as a white woman in my pursuit of black men?
Because she's not doing that. She's actually saying, hey, you're desired over here, so go over here. But instead of just coming out right and saying that, she's saying, oh, be afraid of them because they'll be so aggressive about pursuing you.
Okay, but you're saying them, brother. You're not. Who are them?
But my time out, because we're going down a rabbit hole, and let's ask the main question: why should we give a fuck?
Well, I mean, the only reason we're asking is because Z presented the video. We're analyzing the content of the video. So, I mean, he presented it. So we're talking about what he
Ryan,
presented.
am I wrong for saying what I said?
No, we're at the end of the day, what we're really asking is why, and then, but what Black Rue was saying, why present this? I would forward. She's actually kind of saying, you know what? They want you over here. Come over here. The white men want you over here. She's really moving she's trying to move black women out the paint. She's trying to move black women out the paint. And she, but it's coming off weird because and that's what I was saying is, are you saying that these men are violent and that's what you just getting at? Or are you saying, hey, they really actually do want you, but you actually know better than that? In significant numbers.
But the tone of it is that black women should be fearful. I mean, she's not presented as like, hey, it's great over here for you black women to get a good white or good Scandinavian man. That's not the tone in which she's presented.
I agree with that.
She's presented as if the women are being preyed upon.
But Mr. Z, I was just in Italy, and I took my wife to Italy, and then we went to Germany.
But wait, give me a second. Turn around. Give me a second. Turn around. My apologies last time. I saw you in the back chat. I didn't bring you up because I thought you were a troll, maybe. So my apologies. That's why I didn't bring you up last time. Y'all gotta let me know who y'all are, because I saw you in the back chat and I was like, oh, who the hell? And I forgot, like, I don't know. Y'all know Mrs. Z. Anyway, but yeah, my apologies for last time. But yeah, that's why I brought you up this time, because I saw you on BGS channel. I was like, oh yeah, turn around. I'm sorry about that, y'all. Because I did that to Bruce on Wayne too before. So my apologies. Y'all go ahead. Turn around.
All right. Yeah, no problem. Yeah, I was just like that. I was just in Italy, and then I went to Germany. And it is a great place for black men to go, but it's not a great place especially for a single black woman. You know,
I mean, why do we care?
Just to say that, you know, because I mean, guys are going there to look for women, for black women. It's not probably the best place to go. If you want to find a black woman, you're gonna have to go to Africa.
No, but I'm just saying in the context of black women, it's fine if this information was for black men. Okay, we can go down the rabbit hole. We going down the rabbit hole for black women who just called you broke.
Well, I would just say if you have a family member, or if you have a daughter or something like that, I would not recommend them going to Germany by themselves.
But you would tell them to do it, but like anybody else, we would, like men or women, we would tell them to do their research before they go there. They didn't do their research. What are you supposed to do?
Because we have black girls that go to Germany and come back crying because of, you know, quote unquote, it's not, you know, don't say racism and all this other stuff, but being a single woman and traveling the world is very dangerous.
I get it, but
okay. Well, let me say
they
I
don't seem to care.
To address your question, I don't really care, Lion. I was only trying to understand. You know, Z presented a video. The authenticity of it was questioned, and I was trying to clarify. You know, what the logic behind what was being presented. I'm not making any broader argument or concern about the safety of black women traveling abroad. And I don't know if any of us are. So if you guys want to move to another subject, that's fine. I just, you know.
Look, I'm not trying to start. I wasn't trying to dig a rabbit hole or anything like that. I just had to get the pushback a bit because, you know, like I said, you know, I'm just going to look at it because I understand what she was saying. I saw it for what it is, and I could see that there's some was amiss. There was some red flags.
Naaman, when you get a chance, read this comment for me too, also.
And then I'll do it for you right now. Let me write this way first.
After that, we got chaos.
Okay. Let me try this voice.
Z, everyone has heard them, and the thing is, they don't believe the rumors about black men.
Nigga, you don't even sound like me. Jesus Christ, that's scary. God damn, that's scary.
No, I switch up the voices every once in a while. Come on.
Nema's like the mystique of voices, y'all. I swear to God.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Right. But yeah, no. Look, everybody did hear them. I agree with Saint Cyr here. Everybody has heard them. It's not a good look. It's not a good look for them. It's not a good look for black men either. But it's really not a good look for black women. And they're gonna be hurt. And I'm just preparing y'all. And going back to what Black Uru said, the reason why I presented this is the congratulations you played yourself. I'm gonna keep on stressing that. And because some of these people are our girl cousins and our sisters and our moms and our aunts and et cetera, if you care about them, be prepared. Get your couple $100 to the side. Keep it to the side because they'll be calling. And if you care about them enough, you gonna shoot it to them. But I'm just preparing y'all, But they did play themselves.
Congratulations, you played yourself.
And I'm just preparing y'all because I think we are on the cutting edge in a way that I don't know how much we appreciate. And I'm not just saying that to kind of blow smoke up our end. But no, we are on the cutting edge of this. And I literally, when I paused a minute ago, I had a anyway, I had a person talking to me. They were telling me. Anyway, I had a person talking to me about a 41-year-old white woman who is living on her own and who just lost her job. And is still sounding like she's goddamn 22 years old. And he was just kind of telling me about this. And I'm like, yeah, they don't really. And once again, that's a white woman. And I'm like, yeah, they don't really appreciate what the environment is and how this is going, goes. So black men, just be prepared for the desperate cooch that we were talking about yesterday. It's gonna be desperate out here. They're gonna be looking sick, right? Go ahead.
Okay. Well, it's funny. The income or earnings reports that media man presented, applause to him for providing that level of detail. Those gaps between black men, black women, white men, white women, even between black men and white women are going to increase as we go through the Trump administration and the obliteration of the DEI program. Because a lot of, not just black women, a lot of white women, and maybe even some Latino women, are benefiting from that program. So him drawing a thick red line through those programs those gaps are gonna increase between men and women of all groups in this country in months and years to come.
I agree with that. And I think, I think it spreads and that's, look, Black Girl, I'm kind of channeling you right now because I don't want us to be like, hey, that's what you get too much. Because, by the way, this is going to affect black men too in a negative way, initially at least. But, I'm just preparing us for the onslaught because it's not just DEI. There's sisters that are doing jobs that it's not necessarily connected to DEI, diversity, equity, and inclusion. For those of you that don't know what it means, that's what it means. But yeah, no, look, if they're going to be doing, if he's putting technocrats like Musk and Vivek in positions of power, and there's going to be greater institution of technology in government as well as government-related activities, that is going to, outside of DEI, that's going to profoundly affect employment and contracting. Exactly.
For black women, especially, they're more as on a per capita basis. There's a higher percentage of black women in the federal government than I think any other demographic, including even black men. So that's gonna you combine the technocrats taking over with the anti-DEI faction or affirmative action or whatever faction. Yeah, it's going to have a huge effect, and it is going to negatively impact a lot of black men. But I think this proportionate scale of the impact is going to be even greater on black women.
I agree 100%. And Saint Cyr, once again, thank you for the super chat. You get one of these, and go ahead, Chaos.
Yes, I did put some in the chat room this seat to ask who's this lady you keep the Caucasian one. What's her name? They keep playing. Yeah, on the
Oh, I don't know. I don't actually know her name. I gotta find her page.
All right,
I've been searching. Yo, you know it? Go ahead.
Her name is Zari Delete. She has Instagram and she has all other social medias.
Put that information, if you don't mind. Put that in the chat for me, please.
I'll do that in a second. But my thing is this, because now you know who she is. I'm examining her, and I might agree or probably really disagree with Namer, but Namer, I understand because you live in Europe, and we should not be fooled by the European woman or the European man talking about what's life outside of America coming over there. But here's the twist to a lot of black men here. A lot of black men don't like and really don't give a F now what black women say or do, or their mate guarding with their so-called zaddy that they so desire love for the amount of years, even on social media, and they express their love and affection that most black men overall, I'm gonna be honest with you, just don't give a fuck. And not only they don't give a fuck is because they have damaged the image not only themselves but black men. So for this woman, which she is an actual whore, if you look at her social media, it speaks for itself. There's some things we can probably take seriously, and some things we can't take seriously. At the end of the day, it is because of the black woman, or what most black men in mind will refer to black bitch reputation. Most men today, they will take more of what's going on outside America in regards to what they do outside here and what they can get, and has proven the fact from data over here that you just don't got like that. And that is why you see like a thing Lion or anybody that would probably agree with just me. They just don't give a fuck right now. You get me? Because it is twist. They would use Zaddy and put him about their views about black men, and then express how they're better, some of them on their social media, to galvanize black women, and they will take it verbatim. They will not question, like you say about, well, we need questions because something is not good over there. It's not like sweet over there, but they won't question it. So we as black men, we're not gonna take no question out when the European woman starts exposing these so-called black chicks, or what they refer to Jezebels, or what we like to call in the back of our minds the black bitch. Hope that was clear. Hope I was clear.
No, I appreciate that.
Yeah. Let's do this, y'all. Let's let let's get Gil Gammy in here. Inspired Truth, I don't know how much you've said. We just got G back, so we'll flow through. And Naima, we did not forget about you. We did not forget about you. Actually, your perspective is important here because she was saying Scandinavia. So yeah, y'all. So let's see if we could get Bruce on Wayne also. So go ahead. Yellow, ain't nobody talking yet.
Let me know when I can speak. Peace to the gods. How the brothers feeling?
Wait, it's supposed to be Gil Gammy.
Okay, yeah. Okay.
Wait.
Oh, yeah.
Go ahead, Gil Gammy, and then we'll get G. Go ahead.
Okay. To go along to what woman was saying, I think she was, as others mentioned, she was actually luring black women, especially the black women in the UK, to go towards Germany and Scandinavia to essentially reduce the market of black women in the UK, so that they would actually, the black women would be hoping to get something out of German and Scandinavian men without knowing that they're not really that interested, except maybe for some short playtime. And then she would have more opportunities to, quote unquote, jump on things with the black men in the UK. She was essentially trying to reduce the population of black women in the UK. And she was also mentioning the points, the educated black women. She actually used the points of black women against themselves to lure them more easily away from her own targets. If you notice,
Gayogami, can I ask you a point of clarification before you continue?
Yes.
Okay, so she's trying to lure them from UK to Scandinavia. Okay, now maybe I misinterpreted what was presented, but as I'm watching this video, she appeared to be kind of warning black women about the prospects of being preyed on when they enter Scandinavia.
Let me do this, Black
Did I
Guru. I'm sorry.
misinterpret that, or
Let me do this, Black Guru. I'm gonna play it again, and then we'll talk about it on the other side. I'll play it one more again, and then you to kind of give us a bit more context. And here y'all go.
As a single black girl, you're not safe in Germany. You're not safe in Scandinavia. I generally wouldn't suggest going to either of those places on your own. If you don't want to be targeted by men, wear a wedding ring. This is a trick that I do. Everyone thinks I'm married, so nobody approaches me. Apart from the homeless people, but you know, that's another story. So basically, the German guy is the Scandinavian guy is the blonde, like me, you know. If you're a black woman and you've got a nice saucy accent, like a well-spoken British accent to be specific, or just something nice, someone educated too, they're gonna go crazy for you. Like, they have an absolute thing about you. I say, you are not safe. If they've got a wife and they see a gorgeous, beautiful black woman walking down the street, they're gonna target you. They're gonna chat you up big time. It doesn't matter if you're at the supermarket, if you're at the park, just fucking put that wedding ring on. That is the only thing that's gonna keep you girls safe. Let me know.
Yeah,
So I think she's saying it in the way, like, for example, you were saying to children, don't go over there. There's a lot of candies over there, and the candies want to eat you. But I wouldn't, if I were you, I wouldn't go over there. You listen to me, children. Don't go over there. There's a lot of candies and cookies, but you know that the children want the cookies and the candies. So it's I think it's
that's like a major. I mean, and I can definitely see that that being a way of in which that could be viewed. I guess my question would be, and again, this is a woman, she's a foreign woman, whatever, you know, I'm not telepathic. Why not just say, you know, go to Scandinavia, black women, they love you over here. This is the most wonderful place that a black woman can be. I mean, why do it that way?
Well,
yeah,
here's the thing.
I'm a bit confused too.
Here's the thing I have to mention here. Like I said, you already have black people up here in many parts of Europe. Giogami, what's his name? Snakeman, Elzak could back me up on this. But the thing is like, it's a bit of a tier system regarding black people. Because if you're coming here if you're an African immigrant or something like that, they're going to see you one way. If you're coming here if you're coming to Europe, anywhere in Europe, and you're from the Caribbean, they're going to see you in a different light. If you are a U.S. or a Canadian national or a British national, because remember, the UK is out of Brexit. So if they want to come into Europe, they have to go through the same immigration process as Americans and everybody else, but with greater restrictions though. They're going to view them in a different light. That's the thing that people fail to realize. The passport and citizenship that you have can protect you up to an extent in certain countries. But you know, if you want to talk about like in places like Scandinavia and Germany, they're a lot more reserved when they interact with people. I mean, oftentimes they keep to themselves. Unless you're with someone, or even if you're traveling by yourself, nobody's really going to bother you like that. Especially in a major city.
Yeah.
And this is coming from somebody who's been in Oslo and been to Stockholm, and I've never been bothered.
Okay. Let me do this.
I'm a black man.
Real quick. Go ahead, because I think that's Inspired Truth, and then G, because I know G was trying to speak earlier. Train tracks. Go ahead, Inspired Truth, and then G.
All right, so the way that she dropped that, she did it in a way where it was an appeal to the rebellious nature of the women in the first place. Like, that's why it was sent out there as kind of a reverse psychology situation. It's like, okay, I know you're going to do rebellion. I know that you're rebellious. So I'm going to try to, like the other brother said, I'm going to present these cookies and candy. And like, these cookies and candy are bad for you. You shouldn't eat all these cookies and candies. But these cookies and candies are right here. And that's what that was about. In my opinion.
Yeah, I'm with Black Guru on this. I'm not as well versed on European sarcasm and kind of reverse psychology. So I know I get the sneak dissing though with that when she was like blonde like me. Yeah, that was straight like a gut punch to black women. And I'll go ahead.
Also talked about like the British accent too.
Yeah, she
you
did.
know,
She did.
and,
She did. She did.
and again, it could be just, me not being familiar with how those women are inclined to try to manipulate other people, other women or whatever. So it just could be that. It just, I don't see the value of that over just saying, hey, black women, they love you over here. You should get over here as soon as you get over here.
I mean, it's
Yeah.
I think
I
the
mean,
value comes because other people in the audience, black women, could say, "You're saying now that they want us over there, but in your previous video, you were saying that you were waiting for us to fuck up, and so that you can get our men." So if he so abruptly changes the script, the black women are going to be suspicious. But if they say you might be in danger over there, I'm not telling you to go. That way, she preserves the plausible deniability. That way, if they get rejected in Scandinavia and Germany, they'll say, "Hey, I told you not to go, but now since you left, the black men over there free.
Let me say
have
this.
opportunity."
Okay.
Let me say this, and then we got G. Real quick, real quick, yo. Let me say this, and then we get G. So I messed up because I should have gave y'all the link to this. So what I'm gonna do is y'all gonna have to give me a few minutes because I'm in transit. I'm gonna put the link in the chat so y'all can read through those comments and see how the sisters are taking it, right? The comments, because that is definitely what it's not inspired you, but what Gil Gabby was saying, that they are, because I don't know how many of them saw that first video that I play here often. So yeah, because that will gauge for me how it might should be taken, right? Not saying we should follow behind black women clearly. But yeah, so yeah, I'm gonna put the link in the chat in a minute. So y'all, but I'm in transit right now. As a matter of fact, right now, no, I'm not. Okay, let's see if I can hurry up and do it. Okay, and go ahead, G. Go ahead, G.
Oh no, I'm gonna let you guys finish. You guys' train of thought. Go ahead.
No, I'm done. Go ahead, y'all.
No, I just want to know where the white girl that the Nosferatu was looking for at, because that's the one I need.
You talking about Johnny Depp's kid?
Hey. Gonna lie, I'm looking for Jasmine from Aladdin. I'm going to the white side, man.
Well, Germany is a great place to go if you're looking for white girls.
No, man, no, I want the motherfucker from Turkmenistan. I need a Arab trader's daughter. I don't want
no, wait. They're Turkish.
Turkmenistan or Afghanistan or something, man.
I need somebody
from the Middle East.
No, stay away.
You're talking about Persia.
Don't.
You're talking about a Persian, right?
Man, I don't care what it is. I don't want no Britain, French. I don't want no Europeans.
So for those of you, I just put the link in the back chat. So, and by the way, so I might go through a dead zone. If I go through a dead zone, Black Rule got it. Yeah. So yeah, no, I put the link in not in the back chat. I'm sorry, I put the link in the chat. So y'all go ahead and read through some of those comments because we're not the only ones that are like, what are you saying exactly? So we're not the only ones. People are a little, confused. And I think Chaos was telling us something anyway. Chaos, you said you know her page and you're like she's coming off kind of hoey or whatever. I think that's what you were getting at.
Yes.
Oh, did he follow?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
If you do a quick search, most of these ladies that's on social media, they have links from the follow, and they have what they call that special links, and it shows all their social media. And like anything, like most Europeans or most modern or Western women in general, they're gonna have one of them sex page where you can subscribe and all that dumb shit. But
I mean, even her choice of
that's what I discovered when I sit there and found her.
I mean, even her choice of lipstick is kind of trampy and
yeah, it is. And how much she had on exactly.
Yeah,
it is. I thought that
too.
Right. Either way, that thought process and that thought process, giggity. No, the what she was saying though, that message is she's not the first, and it's not just coming from maybe some of the ones that might be out here. I've seen I've seen Latinas definitely. I've seen Latinas express this like crazy. Like Latinas really. Let me say it again because I don't know how many of you are new that never heard Z say this. I foresee a day when y'all gonna see Latinas and black women literally thumping over black men, like fisticuffs fighting over a black man. And I don't know if a black woman gonna get it too. I don't know if she gonna win. I'm just saying it's gonna be on camera.
Well, I mean, as black men, you know, the income numbers that that Media Man presented, where you show black men ascending along the, you know, earnings ladder, so to speak. With each, as black men ascend, the lure of other women, especially Latino women, particularly because, you know, there's a closer phenotypical connection between many Latina people and black people.
Yes.
Sometimes cultural, closer cultural connection, social connection. So as black men do better, and as that gulf of wealth earnings widen between black men and all group of women, then yes, certainly those Latino women are going to become much more motivated to scrap for black men. So I agree. I definitely foresee them becoming much more active and visible combatants or gladiators. I don't know what the female term would be for gladiators.
Hey, Uru, it's perfect that you mentioned gladiator, right? Because I want a female that'll love my son like Lucius' mother loved him enough. You know what I'm saying? Like, y'all see Gladiator 2?
Yeah, I haven't seen that yet.
Okay, in Gladiator 2, you know, Gladiator 1, they send Maximus' son away, right? To another, like, to get him so they wouldn't kill him, right? And
don't give away the story. Don't give away the story. Don't give away the story.
Oh,
don't give away the story. Don't give away the story.
But the whole issue is that's why I need me a motherfucking.
I did see it also. Yeah. Go ahead.
That's what I'm saying. Forget all this talk about where black women want to go. We need to talk about what group of women love their sons the most enough to sacrifice and give to them. And that's the ones we need to go deal with. Whether they're Asian, Persian, Lithuanian, New Zealand. That's what I'm worried about. I want to go to the culture where the group, that's why I'm like, no, I'm looking more towards Eastern European, from the Levant, because they actually love their men. Like, it's not about, oh, I'm better than the man.
There is a rate. G, if you can hear me, don't say it out loud. And for all of you that saw the movie, and I actually agree with a lot of FD signifiers breakdown, because I was in the movie huffing and puffing like a mug. If y'all can hear me, hopefully I'm not breaking up. There's a racial element to that movie, and I can't wait for Black Uru to see it, because I really want to do a breakdown about and I hope BGS sees it also, because there's a racial element to it, and I was in that movie huffing and puffing, and I think FD broke it down.
I wanted Denzel to do that shit, boy.
Hey, don't give away the movie. Don't give away the movie. But hey, G, you see what I'm talking about with the racial element. It's like, so that's how we playing it. Hey, bro,
you already know I'm a motherfucking nepotist. You already know what I'm on.
Hey, bro, but I was like, oh, just like him and shit, oh, you dirty motherfuckers, right? So,
he need a
Black Uru, when you see them,
he said, you remember when your motherfucking father owned me?
Hey, don't give it up too much. But Black Uru, when you see it, please let us know, and I'll do a lot about it so that we could break that movie down. Trust me, it's really good.
Well, I guess now you kind of motivated me to go see it, because I was kind of waiting for streaming or whatever. I hadn't really thought a whole lot about it, but yeah, maybe I'll go catch it.
Z, now I need to see Denzel play Hannibal. Oh my God, if he play Hannibal,
that would be good.
Have an orgasm in the theater.
Hey, no. Hey, to be honest with you, I don't really know who else could play Hannibal.
Hey, if I see that in Hannibal, if I see Denzel in Hannibal, I'm gonna just be jumping up, screaming in the middle of the theater.
I don't know who else could play Hannibal.
I'm gonna think I'm a
I wanted to say Will.
Like,
I wanted to say Will, but it gotta.
Definitely not Michael Jai White.
It could be Michael Jai White.
It gotta be Denzel, or it gotta be like.
It gotta be an over 50-year-old brother. I don't want it to be somebody young.
Because Denzel still has the physical stature too, so it can't be like an old man.
Yeah, old, yeah. Well, Denzel old, but he ain't old.
But yeah, he's still a
almost
young
60.
man. You know, he's in
Yeah.
his 50s
They
still, right? He's
they
still a
better
young
do
man.
it soon, because
No,
it
he's in his
looks like
60s.
Denzel was getting ready to hang it up.
Yeah, I
He's
don't think
pushing
you're an
70,
old man
yo.
until you're like
He's quick to retire.
65. Like old men are 65 plus.
Yeah, he's over
Isn't
65.
Denzel almost 79, almost 69 or 68?
Let me check. Let me
He'll
check. Let
be
me check.
70. He'll be 70 this year if he isn't
Oh,
already.
Denzel will?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh man, he look
Denzel
good, but
will.
I'm trying
That's what I
to
was
age
saying.
like him.
He already turned
That's why I said
70.
it got to
He's
be
already
like
70.
him or Will. I think Will
Yeah,
also. Will be. Will could play it too.
No, man,
he
I
turned
can't see
70
Will,
last
man.
month.
I can't see Idris either, man. It got to be somebody serious, man.
Idris would be good too. I think. Yeah.
I don't think
Anyway,
Idris
let's
is
not
that
get
good
too
of an
far.
actor, man. He's not a good actor to me for some reason. I don't know. Maybe because he always try to act like a nigga instead of a brick. I don't know, man. Like, why don't you just be yourself and be a good actor? Why you always trying to? He's a bad nigga actor. He's not a good nigga, man. No, Idris is not a good nigga, man. He don't know how to play the nigga.
Wait.
I don't
Go
think.
wait, y'all. Let Black Rule land with that. Elder privilege, y'all. Let Black
If you
Rule
look
land with
at
that. Go
his
ahead.
career, I don't think Idris has, and I don't know if it's his own doing or Hollywood or whatever, but I don't think he's been given much of an opportunity to really do a great performance. I mean, I haven't really seen him be in much where you would see where you would have an opportunity for a great acting performance.
Hey.
It seems like everything I've seen him in is to kind of play on the fact that he's supposedly some sort of sex symbol, which is kind of what they tried to do with Denzel early. But the trick is, I think Spike Lee made Denzel what he became, because Spike Lee featured him and allowed him to be presented as a great actor and not just some property that Hollywood could use to, oh, this is the next new pretty black man we want to present.
Mo Better Blues.
So I think ironically, Idris would have benefited from having sort of a Spike Lee or a current version of that, or like a John Singleton or something like that, or the who's the brother that Denzel works with now, Equalizer and Training Day.
What is that guy's name?
Fuqua. He would benefit from having a Fuqua. He would greatly benefit from it.
But you know who else? You know who else I think can play Hannibal? Like a Michael Ealy type.
The problem with
probably
Ealy
not
is
in look.
He's a little squirrely, and he's a little too, with the blue eyes
short
and everything. He's not really. I think you want Hannibal to look more kind of.
What about the dark brother? I think he passed away. The dark brother that played Doctore. He would have been a good Hannibal too.
No,
I don't know his name,
but I don't think he's a big enough name to. I know what you're talking about.
I don't want it to be. I want it to be. See, Denzel's just a good actor. I want it to be an actor. You feel what I'm saying? Like somebody that's going to. Like I don't know.
G, when you get a chance, read this comment for me, please.
Okay, I'm about half of the comments, but it's facts.
Okay, we done moved way past, so we done lost it. This is what I get.
Yeah, maybe we can come back to it.
And thank you for the super chat, and you get one of these.
One alive that can play Hannibal, man. It might only be Denzel.
Right now, it does feel like that. Right now, it does feel like that.
Here's
That's
the
a
problem.
sad state of
Here's
affairs.
the problem with a role like that. You need somebody who not only is a great actor, has great physical presence, and is a big enough name, because that would be an expensive production. So it'd have to be a big enough name where someone will want to sign off on that $100 million plus $100 million cost for it to be done right.
So,
because didn't Hannibal have to cross the ocean? Because think about it, didn't Hannibal have to cross the ocean to get to Rome too?
He did.
Then he had to like
He
cross
crossed the Strait of
the
Gibraltar.
peninsula. Yeah, he crossed the Then he had to do that. Then he had to march across Europe to the heart of their empire. And I
He
think
had
that
to
was
cross
like in
the
France
Alps
or
with
something,
elephants.
right?
All
I
those
think it would be
elephants and
very.
everything else.
I think
Yeah,
it'd
the
be
heart of the
very
Roman
difficult.
Empire was like in France or something.
I think it'd be very difficult to. I don't think Hollywood would do that. I don't think they would not do that movie for the same reason they would not do the Haiti Revolution. Why they didn't want to do the Nat Turner film. I mean, I just don't think they want to see black men
They ain't
Shout
gonna
out to
let
Nate
you
Parker.
put him in a
killing
bad
up
light
that
like
many
that.
other people, man. They just don't want to see that. They don't want to see that.
Because didn't Hannibal like cross he crossed the ocean, then he marched across literally every stronghold they had, right? Until he
And
got to the
beating them
door.
down and
Like, yeah, I
burning
just
stuff
told you I
down.
could do it. Huh?
He was getting also assistance from native tribes who had an axe to grind with Rome. From what
No, I know that, but I know the seat of the Roman Empire was actually in France. So that's why I'm like, okay,
no, it
that's
was in
where
Rome.
Hannibal
So
ended
the,
up somewhere in France. Yeah, because Rome was
no,
an
no,
empire, it wasn't a place. The
no,
actual
but yeah,
people
but
that controlled it was like in France or something, right?
no. See, France, what France is, parts of France, Belgium, everything, that was called Gaul at the time. And during the time of Julius Caesar, they conquered that region. But even when they conquered
Name
it,
is right.
there were still occasional. Even then, there were still occasional uprisings and whatnot. So the seat of Rome was in the city of where present-day Rome, the city, is at. What Hannibal had to do was he crossed into the Iberian Peninsula, where Spain and Portugal is. Got with he interacted with some of the tribes who had an axe to grind. They volunteered to help him. He won certain battles, defeated certain tribes who were still loyal to Rome, gained the respect of others who had an axe to grind. And then instead of going through France straight to Italy, he went first into Switzerland, into the Alps, and then crossed the Alps to come up and head from northern Italy, which is still Alp
He went the
country, which
long
is
way,
still,
the really long way.
he went the long way. Thousands of froze, and some of his troops froze to death because they were not prepared for the winter. And he crossed with all the elephants. Some of the elephants died along the way, and they made it into the heart of Italy, into northern Italy to be exact.
What do you mean by that?
Yeah.
Okay, most
What was
definitely.
that?
Most definitely.
Okay. Y'all, you know what? I remember somebody did play Hannibal. The closest thing I can think of a black man who played Hannibal, there was a BBC production. And the actor is a man named Alexander Siddiq. Y'all might remember him he played in the Kingdom of Heaven. But the only reason I say he's the closest thing is because he's biracial. His mother is British, but his father is Sudanese.
Yeah.
Hence his name Siddiq.
Oh yeah. He was a good actor. A good.
He did portray Hannibal in a British production of it. There was a British film about it. A British docuseries he was involved in about it by the BBC.
And what's the Hispanic brother name? He'd be a good one. Carl Esposito or something. He played the
Giancarlo
bad guy
Esposito.
in Breaking Bad. He's the bad guy.
No, he's not Latino.
Dark-skinned brother, but he's
He's not Latino. No,
he's not Latino?
No, he's not.
He was
No,
on.
he's
He was on Deep Space Nine. He was on Star Trek Deep Space Nine.
Yeah, Alexander Siddiq was in Deep Space Nine. But the thing about Giancarlo Esposito is this: he was born in Denmark, but he's not a Danish national. His father is Italian. His mother's African American. That's why he's got the name Giancarlo. It's not Juan Carlo. It's Giancarlo. That's Italian.
Okay, Giancarlo. Okay. You're looking out. Yeah, he a good actor too, though. I like him too.
Yeah. He trained.
Hey,
he worked
we're being told to get it back on the tracks, y'all. We're being told to get it back on the tracks. We a million miles off the expressway. We
Guy Incognito.
we damn near in the middle. We damn near in the middle of the Pacific.
Time we were on the track was when I was saying that I think.
Okay, can I say something, please?
Come on in, Bruce.
Go ahead, Bruce. Go ahead.
Good evening, everybody. Respect. How you doing?
Good evening.
Yo,
what's going on with you?
The other said he wanted to watch Gladiator 2. I'm here to tell him that Gladiator 2 is available on Paramount Plus. Their streaming services.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it is.
All right. Well, then I'll check it out. I'll check. Maybe not today is football day, but I'll probably check it out tomorrow.
But in
You saved
honesty,
him a lot of money, man. You saved him money.
but
Good looking
honestly
out.
though, let's go back to the video. To me, Z, it sounded like she was kind of warning black women that you're only going to be a side piece over here. She was saying basically if they marry and they see you, they want to have sex with you and stuff, but
I did get that vibe too. I did get
yeah,
that
I
reading
got
also.
that. She was
I did.
warning them that y'all just gonna be side pieces. They don't really want y'all. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, now unless you just think black women are gonna say like, well, I'm gonna show them the German men or whatever that I'm more than just a box. I mean, I don't know. Like I say,
I mean,
disclaimed any telepathic ability over women a long time ago. So.
but Black Ruth, there is the heavyset sister in South Korea did say that. She said the Korean men just see her as a body, right? A black body, and they want it. And she did say that exactly what she said. And there was a part of her at one point. She was like, "I'll show them that I could be loved, and I'm a black woman, and I'm here." And yeah, exactly what you said. So it's not beyond black women. Exactly, it's not beyond black women to get it. And we already know how stubborn they can be to get it in them. Like, oh, I'm gonna show you, I can get one of you. Oh, all right,
Well, yeah,
all right,
to
ladies.
kind of pick up on that, like this Hulu series, Queenie, where basically you see a whole heck of a lot of that. I mean, she's on the Caucasian teen chase, and I guess maybe there might be some chicks like that. A good number of chicks like that. They'll hear that message that was in the video and it'll resonate.
But
I
and I
agree.
think
Okay.
that
G, real quick.
warning them. Oh, go ahead, brother. I'm
Go,
sorry.
you know what? Land, go ahead, land with that, and I'm gonna play this because I played it before. But speaking to Germany, I'm gonna play this afterward. Go ahead.
And I think us as a people, a lot of us, we're from pseudo matriarchal cultures where intimacy is something kind of sacred to us for real. In their culture, it is, but they have a thing like in European cultures about using other people's bodies for pleasure. It's like in the Roman culture, all the Scandinavian Viking cultures. Yeah, they had wives and they never were like restrictive with their women sexually, but they practice like prostitution is practically legal in all of those countries. Like they practice that. So I think she's more so trying to warn black women, not like I don't know. That's what I'm getting, and I know a little bit.
Well, that's how I interpreted it.
Yeah, and I know a little bit about their cultures, Uru. Like, I used to, I did book reports on like Scandinavian and Viking culture. Like, they've never been restrictive to their women sexually, but they've always had like a weird thing about sex slaves and harems and shit like that. And they're really into having women from different, like there was a real big Viking in Europe when they were like making the deals with Ethelred to make Europe, that he had a harem with a woman from Africa, Libya. He had that was their thing, to have a woman from every single, but still the only woman that could inherit shit was the Scandinavian women's kids. Like, that's part of their culture. I'm gonna stop. Yeah.
Well, that sounds like conquest. That kind of piggybacks on that idea that sex is about everything but sex.
Yeah.
Power.
Let me play this real quick.
Sex is about power.
And I was thinking that earlier, the Oscar Wilde quote. So let me play this for you.
Oscar Wilde, yeah.
Men in Germany are treated way differently than black women in Germany. Black men are appreciated in Germany. Black men are put in a cultural sense, in a societal sense, you are seen as interesting, whereas black women are seen as lesser.
An experience,
a novelty in which you can approach voyeuristically, and it's dehumanizing. I was a member at Soho House, and I remember seeing a black man sitting there, and there was all these white women around him glorifying him, gawking at the fact that he was existing. And I think black men need to acknowledge that their lived experience in Germany is disproportional to that of a black woman in Germany.
And Mr. Z, I was just want to say.
Go ahead, Senator. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, when I was over there, that's what I saw. I mean, in October, I saw, women looking at American black men with a lot of interest. And I seen them looking at black women from Africa most of the time with invisible. They couldn't see them unless they were the top, the top of the top. And then it was just for, maybe just for a short thing, for a short time. But, and that's when you see some of especially the African sisters being disillusioned because, they were trying to be, they wanted to be looked at as important and, sexy, but it was just a thing for some of these German men, and they just couldn't get what the brothers were getting, the kind of interest and the kind of attention.
So you're basically confirming what the video presented.
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, it's not a secret. It was very obvious. You could see how we're treating, especially American black men, and how they were treating other people, and you could see the it's super obvious. It's super obvious.
Now, when you say American black men, so like, what was the identifier? Were they military or were they?
Oh yeah, yes, there's a lot of military men over there. And,
okay, but what about a black man who was not an American black man who was not military?
Oh, you could see some of the recent immigrants from Africa. The ones who speak English have that, the same accent that some of the Africans have that are here, and just certain a lot of ways. Some of the Americans were just a little bit more. I guess to say.
So if you conveyed the aura of an American black man in Germany, even though you weren't in the military, but it was clear by the way you spoke or kind of moved or presented yourself. If you appear to be an American black man, that would be an advantage to you.
Definitely. Okay. Yeah, wearing definitely wearing the jeans and pants and all of that, typical.
Having an airline.
Yeah.
I'm fucking with y'all. Some of y'all African brothers be tripping with y'all hairlines, brother.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's
y'all gotta line that shit up, man.
Very obvious. It's very obvious in a lot of these countries. You can see the difference between some of the, I mean, some of the American guys.
You Haitian niggas be tripping with them hairlines.
Look, we won't take the slander, sir. We won't take the slander.
Hey, Zoom. I know you're not talking about us like that, man.
No, he's just talking about Z.
I don't want no smoke,
Who replaced G and put Tariq Nasheed in here?
Oh, well, no smoke zone, y'all. Hey, man, y'all be getting on us.
I'm right here.
Hey, I got a Haitian partner. We drove trucks together. She's my partner. His hairline fucked up though. I'll be on that nigga
head. He literally just did. I have black friends. I'm just saying.
Okay, all right. I got you.
He talk about how we all fat. Listen, he talk about how we all fat. So don't get mad, bro.
By the way, G, if you don't mind reading this for me.
I was hoping to do it. Okay.
No, go ahead, bro. Read it.
Go ahead. You go ahead, Nema.
Especially because this is more up my alley. Like Detroit 313 says, $5 Holly said, play Friends and Frasier song for the super chat. Just for him, I'll make it short and sweet. I'll just play the Frasier outro for him. Hey baby, I hear the news of calling, toss salad and scrambled eggs. Quite stylish. And yeah, you may be confused. Well, maybe, but I got you bad. But I don't know what to do with those salad and scrambled eggs. They're coming again. Good night, Seattle.
The fact that you remember it. The fact that you remember it.
I have you. My memory is I don't know how to say it. Sometimes a certain smell or a sound, or if you say something to me, if I hear a certain word, it will trigger a memory. It's just how I'm wired.
This nigga name of that kid off.
It's official. It's official. Name is the elephant. It's official. Go ahead, y'all.
Hey Z, this nigga name of that kid off.
I'm not Ivorian.
You the kid off Patriot games. You be cracking military codes and shit based off of TV programs. Get off TV, boy. Oh, slightly autistic, intelligent ass boy. Get off the
You
internet.
already know that's what it is. You know that's
First of all, I
that
gotta
is what
give
it
Z
is.
pushback. I gotta give
Slight
Z pushback.
autism,
First of all,
information retaining
He
analytical
gonna give you
mind.
pushback. He gonna say he's not slightly autistic. He's all the way autistic.
no. I mean, would you call me an elephant and everything? Because first of all, one, I'm not Ivorian. That's it, because the elephant is their national symbol. Two, being Eritrean, I have no shame in saying that, I'm a Red Sea camel, because that is our symbol. And we have a reason for that. But, I have a good memory. Camels have good memories. Men, we all understand the importance of memory, photographic memory. People who have dyslexia, who cannot read, they can't put when they try to read, it doesn't process right in their minds.
Mm-hmm.
There's a part of their brain they compensate it by holding vast amounts of memory. So if you read something to them, they will remember it easily. They have photographic memory.
Hey, Neymar, ain't you in Treason?
Huh?
Ain't you in Treason, right?
Eritrean.
Eritrean. I don't know. I'm a nigga, bro. Come on, give me some grace, bro. Give me some grace. All right. Yeah, you just.
I'll give you some grace, but I'm helping you out.
I'm flaming you for that for a month, nigga. For a month straight. Go ahead.
Hey. No, you just got nigga memory. You got what I call nigga memory. Everybody from countries like America and the Eritrea got good memories because we had to remember shit to survive, nigga.
Yes.
You're from a nomadic tribe, nigga. You had to have a good memory to survive, boy. If you wouldn't have a good memory, you'd be dead as fuck.
It was important. My father told me when I was young, sometimes what you understand and what you learn in this world can sometimes be the difference between life and death.
Hey, Indigo, you're killing me. Let me read this. Indigo says, ain't you interested?
Hey,
you know what a trust kid is?
Indigo, dumb as hell, boy.
You know what a trust kid is? Z, do you know what a trust kid is?
Isn't that somewhere in Europe or something?
No. The Etruscans were one of the first were these people that the original Romans were battling inside along the Italian
They're
peninsula.
dead people. They're dead people.
Some of the Italians are of Etruscan descent because they mixed in with the Romans and became Romans. Same with the plebes.
Hey Z,
in fact, it's from the word Etruscan you get the word cavalry.
Wait, let me go ahead, G. Go ahead.
Hey, my Eritrean brother, nigga, I ain't from Africa.
Yeah?
I'm from Crenshaw Mafia.
Come on. You said he's in prison. That's what I heard.
Wait.
Let me address this. Let me address this, y'all. Let me address this. And Guy Incognito says, and this one I want to read. And he says, as we advance, protect your reputation as black men. So I agree with this 100%, and this is why I wanted to read it. This is gonna be something that we have to protect damn near with our life, not even damn near, with our life. The world is changing fast, and we have a chance to, I would argue, and that's what it's looking like. I don't want to call it too soon. What it's looking like is we have a chance to repair black men's image and our likeness, and as the world is globalized. So this, and you as you can see, y'all see Soraya Brooks, y'all see what that black woman I just played said about black men in Germany. You see what the white woman was saying. You see what's her name, Filipina P or whatever her name is. You see how she speaks on black men. Some of the women are going. Some of the women that are not black are going, and it's not just about the women. We have a chance with our careers. We have a chance with how we show up in the world and how we're viewed in the world. We have a chance with our reputation. And I agree with Guy Incognito 100%. We have to protect our image because it's not just about you individually. It's about other black men, black boys, right? Especially if you're not trying to watch black boys go through it as they become men. What you portray when you're overseas, how you act is a reflection of it's how other people will internalize and see other black men. So if y'all gonna go passport bros, if you're gonna travel overseas, what you do, what you say, how you act, when I get over there, I don't want to have to clean up your mess if I can even do it. When other brothers get over there, I don't want them to have to clean up your mess if they can do it, right? And these things have people have long memories. Shout out to Nema, and they'll remember, hey, when I interacted with this one Black American 12 years ago, and and I'm passing through, and they looking at me crazy, right? So this is something to remember. So I agree with
here's the
Incognito
sad part
100%.
about that. Here's the sad part about that is we have been here before, and there's a rather famous and haunting cinematic representation of what you describe, the dilemma and the complexity of what you describe, that was represented in one of the great, I would say, in one of the great Black film featuring Black men ever, and certainly in the last 45 years. And that's the movie Soldier Story. If you recall, that was the issue with the infamous sergeant and the soldier who killed himself. And that was the image of Black men going into the future. And how do you police that image? You know, and the dilemmas and the complexity and the trouble of policing that image. Because that's the biggest impediment to policing that image is going to be other Black men. You know, in that video that you presented, the very first couple you presented, the Black man and a Black woman. And I said in your chat in the beginning, because I've observed their videos before.
If you don't mind, Black Guru, I read that comment. If you don't mind sending me the link to their channel, go ahead. Go ahead. I'm sorry for cutting you off.
Sure. Well, I'll have to look for it because they're not a favorite of mine, so I didn't say it, but I'm sure I could find it. Because I've observed a number of their videos, and this is what I repeatedly see. Now, these people are married, right? That woman, to kind of clarify who is a woman with a big, probably a wig afro. Sort of split.
And the glasses.
There, they show her, and below her, they show the man, which, interestingly enough, in almost all of their video, you got the woman at the top in the split image and the man at the bottom. So let's consider how that looks visually, right? This is a married couple. They're presenting themselves image-wise, woman on the top, husband beneath her. And all their videos, you have her saying disparaging, negative, and in some ways even misandrous things about Black men. And you see her husband just sort of nodding or sort of asking for clarification, never at all challenging anything this woman said. Never at all. This is a Black husband helping his Black wife to disparage Black men in media. So when you talk about the image or policing the image of Black men, the most dangerous opponent you're going to face in that effort is going to be Black men.
I agree.
I agree with that. On top of that, there's the overpaying. Like when we go to some of these other places, from what I've heard from the travel brothers out there, like we have a tendency to overpay, and that's kind of like a mindset that we've taken in our society. It messes up for everybody, including the locals. So when we go and we buy, rent a place, we're in a place for like twice, 3 times as much. The whole area ends up becoming inflated, and then the locals end up kind of disliking us because of our mindset of overpaying. We gotta break that too.
But
Mr. Z,
go ahead.
I just wanted to say the reason why we have that image, a good image in Germany, and like Black Guru was saying, is because its military soldiers are most of the Black men that are over there that they know of, and they are under control by the military, and so they are not.
They're disciplined. They can't be us around.
So that's the people, the Black men that they actually are interacting with. Most of them are soldiers. And so that's why we have a good image in Germany, especially American Black men, because the ones they deal with have some discipline, have some money, and they have
they're disciplined.
All of it.
They have resources. Their resources, they have discipline, and they also have the external threat, frankly, of if they do misbehave, they have to answer to the United States government. There's a diplomatic issue connected with their misbehavior. And that's the fundamental issue with, there is no overriding diplomatic control over brothers misbehaving in the Dominican Republic, for example.
Yeah, there's no cookies in Germany.
So who's going to compel a standard of some sort?
And then can I speak on the brother talking about us overpaying when we go places?
Go ahead.
We do not overpay. We stimulate their economy. That's why the government wants us to come there. That's why they give us incentives. That's why they tell us to come do business, because we have to raise their sense of living. They wouldn't never, like, they have to understand it costs money to maintain the flow of information. So you can't, like, they have a system of pay once it's over. That's not how you maintain society. Society is based off of subscriptive pay. Like, you have to keep it going. For us to have a plumbing system, we have to use water every day. So we have to pay a water bill to keep the shit going. That's the purpose of bills. This is how society and civilization is structured. Primitive people or people that's not on that level doesn't mean they're dumb or slow. You have to make them understand, nigga, this shit costs every day. You have to pay a plumber every day. You got to pay an electrician every day. We're not overpaying.
But no, I think, I think the question is, are black men, and I don't know, because I mean, this could be one of those things where, everybody's doing it, but black men are the only one who are actually blamed for it. That could be, which is often the case with a lot of things. But I think the question is, are black men predisposed to overpaying on a unit basis, on a, per item or per service basis?
Yes, we are. And you know why? And you know why we are? You're an older man, and my grandfather told me this. I tip so they remember me when I come back in. You feel what I'm saying? It's not.
I mean, that's a real thing. But there may be in some cases.
I'm buying. Listen, I'm buying my social.
Wait.
But
let him land.
I understand your point. That's a real thing. I will typically more times than not pay above your traditional tip rate, but I'm not paying twice as. You know what I'm saying? I think there, even if you want to be generous or have that create that favorable impression, are you doing it at an exorbitant rate to the point in which you are eschewing the overall market? I think that's a real question. But what I am not sure of is whether or not black men do it any more than any other men do, or is this is just the next thing to put on niggas that everybody else is doing.
Well, honestly,
that's what I don't know.
Honestly, other men do it more aggressively. Other men.
Well, again, I mean that could be true. I don't know. I don't know if, again, this is just something that's being put on black men and everyone else is doing. I don't know.
Well, we'll just think about it like from a business perspective. Every other group of men do it predatorily, whether if you're bargaining for a price or anything you're doing. So let's say I know that I'm not African or I know I'm not Haitian. The only way for me to get acceptance is to show love to them people, to show them that I'm one of them first. And then as I get to know people and people realize this dude ain't no scumbag, now I can hit them with, hey man, y'all charging me too much for this shit, bro. And I'm one of them. I'm not seen as an outsider no more.
Okay.
I mean, that's just some street game. That's just some shit I learned.
Let's look at it from a broader.
You got me. I mean, I'm remember. Don't listen to me because I'm applying street logic too. Like I took over niggas apartment buildings like this.
Apply your street logic, not you being internal to America on the streets of America, but rather you come in as an outside agent. This is a smaller country or whatever, where unit pricing can greatly influence inflation at a much greater proportionate rate than here in America. So if you have a situation where you have a flood of men coming into a small country and they're really kind of throwing a lot of money around, at a certain point it becomes disruptive, not only in the market that you're dealing with, but even in the community, even in and amongst relationships between the local men and the local women. So I think sometimes the complaint is, look, okay, it's one thing to pay a rate and pay a high rate, but if everybody's kind of coming in and damn, I'm going to out trick the next guy, so to speak. At a certain point, it does become disruptive. Again, not just to the tricking market itself, but even to the broader community markets and the expectations and the behavior of the women.
That's a fact, because when Mansa Musa traveled to Mecca, that's one of the stories. Is like wherever he went, inflation just skyrocketed for the next few years because they were just flooding everything with money. Go ahead,
But inflation is good
because he brought hold on, G. Because first of all, he went to Mecca for Hajj, the obligatory pilgrimage that you're supposed to do as a Muslim. But the thing was, he brought with him caravans. In those caravans, they had plenty of gold, and every time he went somewhere, because he was paying in gold or something like that, it would cause the inflation because the amount of gold that the Mali Empire was producing, he brought with him on his way to Mecca and back.
Yes.
All right, my turn now.
But it's duality, Flo.
Wait.
Can I say something about the subject?
Go ahead, and I don't know if I heard Gil Gammy also, but go ahead, Bruce Wayne, go ahead.
I think all that they've been saying is all cap. I'm from Haiti, right? And I've worked in the tourist industry. Ergo, I was a translator, and I worked at restaurants, resorts, all that. American people are known to be cheap. Where I'm from, American people are not known to be generous, to tip, and give to the locals. American people are not known for that. So this idea that wherever Americans go, it creates quote unquote inflation, it's not what I've experienced myself. Okay. Matter of fact, American people are known to be so cheap that at a restaurant where I was working at, the waiters avoided Americans altogether.
I can't believe that. I can't believe that.
They're not gonna serve them.
We have a tip culture here. Like they don't have a tip culture in a lot of other places, a lot of parts of the world.
Okay,
like
you have a tip culture, but you never use your tip culture when you were there. That's the problem.
Okay, never mind.
Nah, wait. I was there. I've seen it. Literally, just avoid a minute. If he or she said he's from America, all the waiters say, "Okay, I'm busy with this customer over there. Now serve that customer." Okay. And I remember one time I was bartending, and this white American woman walked up to me and asked me, "Do we accept coupons?" I said, "What do you mean coupons?" What?
I think that's anecdotal.
What do you mean coupons? Yeah, coupons.
That part.
I have coupons. I said, "The fuck you mean? You're in a so-called third world country and you're offering us coupons? What's that? No, we don't accept coupons." So this idea that American people are quote unquote extremely generous, I've never experienced that.
But when you say American, are we being race specific, or you just saying American
all
in general, or are we leaning
white,
more
black,
white?
green, purple, all of them? If he or she says he's American,
I find stuff like
if
that.
Come on, man.
So,
I won't lie about that.
So now, in one respect, we're saying that because the other brother said, "Well, we're paying too much."
We're overpaying.
But now you're saying we're cheap and spendthrift or too thrifty. So I don't know. Is this country specific?
I was about to ask that. Yeah.
Specific. You know what?
Can I jump in?
I'm not saying that it's not country specific.
Hello.
But this idea that you're out here cheaping and being generous to people, I personally have never seen that. I've worked in restaurants in Haiti for years, hosting Americans, after Americans. I've never been tipped, not even once.
You got to work at
rarely,
you got to work at the bad restaurants, bro. Your restaurant is trash.
Really?
It's drop dollars.
Well, I mean,
we have
like the top restaurant.
Wait, everyone, wait, G, wait. Black Guru speaking. Go ahead, Black Guru, and then whoever that was trying to speak.
Well,
earlier.
I mean, he said he worked in Haiti, right? You know, I mean, white people tend to misbehave in Haiti.
Oh yes, definitely.
So I
Definitely.
mean, it would not at all surprise me that you got white people down there in Haiti behaving a certain kind
Acting a
of way
fool.
that they may not necessarily behave elsewhere.
Yeah. My and going to what Black Guru said, and whoever that was trying to speak earlier.
It was me, yeah.
My younger sister, her and her husband, they taking trips to Bahamas, like that's their spot now, right? And the one thing, like it almost makes her not want to go, is she say like you could feel the racial dichotomy, the hierarchy there. You could feel it with the white tourists. You could feel with the way they speak to the black help and stuff like. And she said that's the thing that if when she's getting on the plane going, she has to mentally prepare herself for that, because of course being black women, so she want to jump in and who the hell are you talking to like that, even though it don't have nothing to do with her. But she says that's the thing. And so I'm backing Black Guru up by saying, yeah, white folks, when they go to some of these, especially the blacker, darker places of the world, they do misbehave. And my sister's not the only one. I've heard this from multiple people. As a matter of fact, I saw this clip online, maybe even just a week ago. I don't even know if it was that long ago, where a number of people were talking about being black in Brazil. And like, no, that it was triggered by Austin Holloman. There we go. Now I remember. Austin Holloman was talking about black in Brazil and how it's not as harmonious as people like to portray it as. And there was just loads of black Americans that have visited Brazil that was like true. And even a Kenyan sister was saying she went over there on business and she was staying in a nice hotel, and it wasn't until they realized she's not Brazilian that they stopped harassing her. Right. So like in these different places in the world, we have to be mindful of that. But and going back to what we were saying earlier, especially the women, like black women, anyway, yeah, go ahead.
But listen, though,
so somebody was
listen,
saying, wait, G, somebody was speaking earlier, because I'm purposely, give me a second, G, because who was that trying to speak earlier on the?
I think it was like me and then some other guy. But I think that other guy needed to get in. Which one was that?
I don't know who that was, but yeah. Speak now, forever hold your peace.
That was
No, that's you. It wasn't you.
Yeah, tell bro to go though. I don't want to go. I'm saying tell bro to go.
Okay, go. Inspire Truth, go ahead. Then we got you, G, and then yes, then we got you. Go ahead, Inspire Truth.
So before we got into like the whole disagreement there, I was going to say that the overpaying thing does become another part of the ethnic image that we have. If we overpay, then we end up looking like tricks, and if we end up looking like that, then that's not a good look for us either. Now, in regards to the difference between the other ethnicities that go to some of these other places like Haiti and Jamaica, like I could second that one, like the palm-colored folk going from us going. Let's call it us, is so annoying. American palm-colored folk going to places like Jamaica, they act out. They totally act a fool sometimes, and we end up sometimes having to kind of check them. Just
say it. They are known to be cheap. Okay, always trying to lowball people.
I don't think it's just the money though. Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Yeah, exactly. Thank you, Inspire Truth. I don't think it's just the money. When there's a certain level of entitlement that we know that comes with us as Americans, but I think as Black Americans, it's a bit different because we're still Black, right? And there's still the racial element of it all. But I definitely think that it's different. It's different. Oh man. I'll tell y'all that on a different stream. Anyway, go ahead, y'all.
And I think it's something a lot of brothers who don't travel don't understand the prices of things. So they would tell you something like, this coconut water costs $6, and some guys think, oh, that's a good price, or $3. But when they charging the locals $1.50 or 50 cents, and so you get gringo price, as they call it. So it's a lot of places you don't know. You just don't know, and you think.
But listen though, that's not.
Let me see this real quick, G. Yeah. G, you got it right after this. Let me do something. All the people that are in the back, put your hand up if you're in the back chat and you can't get up, because I got a number. Like I keep on getting the sign that I might need to.
I gotta drop that anyway. I gotta do my stream. So
okay.
You need some more people. If you're full, that means you gotta drop 3 people.
I'm
It's,
gonna drop
it's
to you. I'm
flooded.
gonna drop
It's
after my
flooded right now.
statement, Z. I'm gonna drop after
Okay,
my
okay.
statement.
Okay. All right. All right. And thank you for coming up, Chaos. All right, y'all.
You're welcome.
Please join the Chaos Range show. As you can tell, you see the amount of nice badge and custom emojis. Ooh. So as you can tell, join the Chaos Range show. As you know, there are some perks. As you know, there are 2 tiers of membership. Membership 1, $2.99. As you know, the first membership, as it tells from the description, exclusive members only videos, and also some videos that will be only depending on the situation will be put on members. Not every video will be members only, but the ones that are members only or custom members only videos, you'll see mostly on the first tier. Stage 1, called Enter the Chaos, Stage 1. Now, the other one, the $7.99 one. As you know, there's early access to new videos, member shoutouts, photos, and status updates. Maybe I had to edit. I might not put no photos, maybe updates. I might. We'll see, depending on how many people join the top tier one. And like always, exclusive members and members only live streams. And personally, as this builds up, I might do the live streams members only here mostly, roughly, than what's given here. But we have videos, so depending what is I could put on here, it post mostly will be on the first tier. The second tier, depending how much is built up, there might be more exclusive live streams. Might be a little raw cut, uncut stuff, maybe on the members only True Chaos uncut version, which it speaks for itself. So those are membership.
Chaos. They like the chaos.
They like the chaos. So when you're able to
chaos,
let that chaos reign with
chaos,
let that chaos reign with
chaos,
let that chaos reign with
must reign.